stranger give me something that was so personal. And that told me a lot about Barry, that he would go out of his way to meet a complete stranger and to give me a gift that meant something to me.
And from that point on, did your relationship with Mr. Schmalbach develop?
Oh, absolutely. We saw each other when I was still traveling. My next assignment was in Miami, so I was home every weekend, pretty much. I saw Barry daily. Whenever I was home, we would always meet around 3, 4 o'clock, get in the pool, sit around, converse about our day. Sometimes it was meet for dinner. Sometimes we'd go out to dinner. Sometimes my neighbor Kim and Lisa would go out with Barry to go shopping, looking for stuff for the condo complex. I mean, we got to know each other pretty well, pretty quick.
Had you ever been to his condo?
No, I had not.
Okay. But you had spent time with him outside of his condo, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you spent time with Mr. Schmalbach outside of his condo, did he have various personal items with him at all times?
Yes.
What did he have with him?
Barry never went anywhere without his wallet or his phone.
Okay.
Subsequently, it became his wallet, his phone, and his Apple Watch.
Please tell us a little bit about this Apple Watch. How did he come about getting this Apple Watch?
Barry and I were in the pool one day, and I had received my new Apple Watch. It was an Apple Watch Ultra. It's got a titanium case. It can be used as a dive watch. But the unique feature that Barry was interested in was the fact that it could tell your heart rate and your blood oxygen level. I had showed him how I could use it in the pool, use it at the beach, use it in the water. And at any given time, I could receive a phone call because it has cell service. Within a day or two, Barry had gone out and got one. And after that time, I had never seen him without it on.
So he was always wearing it no matter where he was?
Barry always knew where his things were. I was kind of jealous of him a little bit because I would constantly lose my phone or, oh my gosh, where's my purse? You know, I was always having to use the special feature that my Apple Watch has to make my phone make noise so that I could tell where it was. But Barry always knew where his belongings were. He always knew where his wallet was, always knew where his keys were, always knew while his watch was on him.
Now, over the course of that time that you knew Mr. Schmalbach, obviously you became very well acquainted with him. Were you also well acquainted with his comings and goings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how were you familiar with his comings and goings?
Through conversations. If he was going out of town for his work for a few days, he would let us know so that we could kind of keep an eye on his property and make sure that, you know, we're a close-knit group. If strange people are on property that we don't know who they are, we're going to ask them, what are you doing here? Especially with a heightened awareness because we were just gone through Hurricane Ian. And, you know, we were being very vigilant about who was on property because we were having a lot of repairs done to the building. Of course, looters are a possible issue. So if we didn't know who you were, we darn sure were asking you who you were and what your business was.
And very proactive then.
Yes.
Okay. And so anytime Mr. Schmalbach left his apartment, he would let you know?
Yes. If he was going to be out of town for more than an overnight stay, he definitely let us know he was going to be gone. And if it was a stay where he was maybe going to go to the airport, we would usually arrange to give him a ride.
Now, if he was going to be gone, how would he let you know? Would it be verbally? Would it be via text? Or would it be by a phone call? How?
Mostly it's verbally. If it, for whatever reason, you know, through circumstance or work, we didn't meet down at the pool in the Palapa, then he would shoot us a quick text saying, hey, going out of town, just want to let you guys know, you know, I'll be back on Friday.
And when he intended to return, did he always let you know that he was going to be returning?
Yes.
Okay. And without fail?
Without fail.
Now, you indicated to us earlier that you had gathered with Mr. Schmalbach and a number of the members there at the condo complex on numerous occasions. You have gatherings?
Yes, we would frequently have barbecues or cookouts. We'd shoot a text to the group that was what we call year-rounders, people who lived full-time in the condo complex, to get together for a meal, for special occasions, you know, Valentine's Day, St. Patty's Day, i.e. holidays, or just let's have some fun.
And would Mr. Schmalbach always respond to those group texts?
Yes, he would. He was often the very first person to respond, and usually within a few minutes. And typically it was not only just, yeah, let's do it. It was, yeah, let's do it. I'm going to provide the meat and the dessert. I'm going to make jello shots. I'm going to bring such and such decorations.
And you indicated that he was always the first to respond.
Typically, yes.
Did there ever come a point in time when you all shot out a text and he didn't respond?
No. Well, once.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
Now, Ms. Weber, did you also become aware of Mr. Schmalbach's any type of health conditions that he may have had?
I knew that he had some like blood pressure issues, and that it was partly the reason that he indicated to me that he was interested in the Apple Watch, because it has the heart rate feature, has an EKG feature, and it also had a blood oxygen level feature, which he had interest in for health concerns.
And you indicated to us earlier that he also had a specific schedule and routine and that type of thing. Did you see Mr. Schmalbach actively addressing those health concerns?
Yes, sir.
And how did you go about doing that?
Every morning they got up and went for a walk. Every morning, Barry, about 4:30 in the morning, went up and go for a walk. He, as per Barry, said that he walked like 5 miles. They would walk from our current residence down to the Starbucks in downtown Cape Coral, which is a pretty significant distance, and then back.
Now, I want to talk to you specifically about the 22nd of July of 2023.
Okay?
Did you have occasion to come into contact with an individual by the name of Christopher Davis?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Davis here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please describe an article of clothing that he is wearing?
He's wearing a white striped button-down dress shirt.
Does let the record reflect this witness has also identified Mr. Davis.
Right.
Now, when did you meet Mr. Davis?
Shortly after Cinco de Mayo of 2022.
And were you aware of how Mr. Davis came into the picture of Mr. Schmalbach's life?
Yes, Barry had come down to the pool when Kim and I were down there at the Palapa and told us that he was at Miguel and Tom's house for a Cinco de Mayo party, and subsequently,
What's the effect on the listener, Judge?
I'm sorry?
Effect on the listener, Judge?
You have your approach. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Weber, as I indicated to you before, how did you come to know Mr. Davis? That was by and through a Cinco de Mayo party that Mr. Schmalbach had met Mr. Davis?
yes,
Okay, and then shortly after this Cinco de Mayo party, he had gone ahead and introduced, Mr. Schmalbach had introduced Mr. Davis to you all there at the condo complex.
Mr. Schmalbach had indicated to myself and another party, my neighbor Kim Zansultani, that Mr. Davis was living with him and residing in his unit.
And over the course of that time, that would have been approximately, what, a month and a half later, on the 22nd of July, that we're talking about specifically here at this moment. Is that correct?
That Mr. Davis was living with Mr. Mr. Schmalbach?
Yes.
No.
It's been about a month and a half.
That he's been living there? Yes.
Now, on the 22nd of July of 2023, you had contact with Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us where that contact occurred?
At the pool. My husband and I were swimming in the pool when Mr. Davis approached the gate to the pool area.
Can you describe his demeanor for us?
Somewhat solemn. Agitated. He had approached the gate and told us that he had called the police to report Barry missing and proceeded to become distraught. Very emphatic with his mannerisms, so much so that I became worried for his person and his emotional safety at that time, enough that I got out of the pool and approached him physically. We had discussed that when was Barry missing, and because I had not any knowledge or awareness that he was missing. And that's when he indicated that he had been gone since Wednesday after they went out to cruisers. And Chris had stated that he had left some belongings behind, one of the belongings being his Apple Watch, and that he was worried he couldn't get a hold of him and reach him by phone. And I had said, well, if you have his Apple Watch, we can use the Find My Phone feature to figure out at least where he is so that we know he's safe. And that's when subsequently I followed Chris into their condo unit.
Okay. So you went ahead and actually left the pool area
Yes, sir.
and proceeded to go to 303,
Yes, sir.
the unit of Mr. Schmalbach, along with Mr. Davis.
Correct.
Did you go inside that unit?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see when you went inside that unit?
When I went inside the unit, I saw that the kitchen had a melamine cutting board with a large knife on it. And then I subsequently walked into the living room. I looked off into the bedroom, and the blankets and sheets for the bed were disturbed and disheveled. And Chris brought me over to Barry's workstation. When you walk into their condo, you make an immediate left. The kitchen has a pass-through window, and the workstation's directly in front to that wall. There was a computer. Barry's laptop was in the the left rear corner. Barry's wallet was in the front left corner. His Apple Watch was next to it. And then there were some documents that were disheveled. I have no idea what they were. Chris proceeded to try to show me some emails that were on Barry's laptop that he had opened into his personal email file, indicating that Barry was seeing other men and cheating on him. And we had a discussion about, was he really cheating? Because prior to that, Chris had told me that they were in an open relationship. And I said, well, you and Barry have to define what that open relationship is. It means different things for different people. And if you truly have an open relationship, then you can't get upset with him for talking to other men unless you guys have predefined what that means. And then he tried to show me some more emails from a gentleman.
One second.
Sorry.
Sustained. You can ask. Let the attorney ask you a question.
After he
Sorry.
showed you the emails on the laptop, what did he do next?
He handed me the Apple Watch so that we could do the Find My iPhone feature for Barry's phone. I subsequently did the actions to activate the Find My iPhone feature, and it indicated that the phone was on the back end side of the property.
And this would have been on the 22nd of July of 2023.
Yes, sir.
Did you and what did you do after you pointed that out to where Mr. Schmalbach's phone was? Did you tell Mr. Davis?
I did.
And what did you all do with that information?
Subsequently, I told Chris, well, it says that his phone is here. So I don't know what to do other than I can text his phone. Chris had claimed that the phone was not there. I said, well, I'm going to send Barry a text. He might be upset with you, but he's not upset with me, and he always answers me, so I'm going to text him.
Did you text him?
I did.
Did he respond?
No.
Did Mr. Davis express any concerns to you about his relationship with Mr. Schmalbach?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you?
He was worried that Barry was going to break up with him. I asked him why. He was worried, and he said because Barry was upset with him because he put a GPS tracker on his phone.
Did he also indicate to you about his financial abilities
Yes,
and where he would be able to reside and stay?
yes.
What did he tell you specifically?
He said he was worried because if he broke up with him, he was going to have no money and no place to stay. And I had said to Chris, do you really think Barry, being the kind of person that he is, that he would leave you high and dry? He wouldn't help you go somewhere else?
Now, Ms. Weber, you indicated to us that you were familiar with how Mr. Schmalbach's wallet looked like and what his phone looked like. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, let the record reflect on the defense counsel's previously marked as states exhibit number 54B and 54C. I'm also showing defense counsel's previously marked as states exhibit number 48D and 48E. May I approach?
You may.
Ms. Weber, I'm showing you some previously marked as states exhibit number 54B and 54C. Ask that you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
I do recognize these items.
And how do you recognize those?
They're Barry's wallet.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict Barry's wallet?
Yes, sir.
And ma'am, I'm also showing you what's previously marked as states exhibit number 48D and 48E. You recognize those?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize those?
This is Barry's phone case.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict Barry Schmalbach's phone case?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, the state would move states exhibit number 48D and E in evidence, and states exhibit number 54B and C in evidence.
Any objections?
Photos, no.
All right, they'll be admitted.
Commissioner Public Judge?
You may.
Now, Ms. Weber, the 22nd of July, 2023, is that the same wallet that you saw on the table next to the iWatch in Mr. Schmalbach's condo?
Yes, sir.
And the iWatch that you saw inside that particular condo, that's the one that Mr. Schmalbach always wore
Yes, sir.
regularly.
After he bought it, I don't recall ever seeing it not on his person.
Did you ever see Mr. Davis wearing an iWatch?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with Mr. Schmalbach's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with Mr. Schmalbach's vehicle?
Because I've seen him driving it to and from his destinations. I'm aware that he used it for his work purposes.
And how did he keep his vehicle?
Extremely clean.
You indicated he used it for his work purposes.
Yes, sir.
So based upon that, how do you mean he used it for his work purposes?
Barry used his Jeep for his work office. It was what he considered a representation of the face of his business. Thusly, he always kept it clean. Typically, when he would come home from work, there would be water dripping off of it because he would go to the car wash so that it would be ready for the next day. He would keep it picked up. There was never any clutter. I had never seen it dirty. I'd been in it a couple of times. It was always clean. It always smelled nice. Barry typically had a fresh dress shirt somewhere in the vehicle so that whenever he was at work, if it became soiled or he got soiled or stained in the process of working, that he could change his shirt to bring on a clean business front.
So not only did Mr. Schmalbach have his wallet on him at all times, he also had his iWatch on him at all times. He had his wallet on him at all times, but he also kept his Jeep clean.
Yes, sir.
And was his laptop with him at all times when he was conducting his work and when he came and left
Yes, sir.
for business?
Correct.
I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you indicated on that day when Chris came down to the pool, he was upset and distraught to the point you became concerned?
Yes, sir.
I guess because he was so emotional?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then he let you know he had just talked to the police about Barry being missing?
Correct.
Okay, and then was it to just stay with him, you go up to the condo with him, or you were just going up there to help kind of investigate?
No, sir. We had had a conversation, Chris and I, about Barry's phone because he had the other personal items up there. He had claimed that Barry had left his wallet and his watch, but had taken his phone. And he was concerned about where his whereabouts were, and I made the statement, well, you know you can find his phone through his watch. Chris stated he didn't know how to do that. I volunteered to help him do it. And so I wrapped a towel around my body to cover myself up to follow him to his unit.
Okay, and was that the first time you'd been in the unit?
Correct.
All right. And had you noticed if any police cars were there earlier?
Yes.
Okay, you'd seen them kind of come and go?
Just saw police cars on the property. At that time, I didn't know what for.
Okay. All right, and did Chris let you know the I guess, disagreement between them had come up because Chris was trying to see where Barry was going, or put some kind of way to track his whereabouts on his phone?
We had discussed why he thought Barry was missing, and Chris had told me that they had gotten into an argument and that I had asked why was Barry upset. And that's when Chris had said that he had put a GPS tracker on Barry's phone and Barry found out and was upset with him.
Okay. And did Chris indicate this tracker was because he thought maybe he was seeing other men and cheating on him?
I don't recall that he indicated that.
Okay. But earlier you mentioned during your time in the condo and talking, there was discussion, maybe showing emails of other men or something?
Correct.
Okay. And so that's when you talked about whether it was an open relationship or not, and that needed to be defined?
Correct.
Okay. And previously you mentioned when Barry would come down to the pool, he would have like his wallet and his phone?
Yes.
Okay, and so is it just the one wallet you would see with him?
Yes.
Would you ever see him carrying two wallets?
No.
Okay, and if he had multiple credit cards to the point where he needed more than one wallet, you never saw more than one?
The kind of wallet that Barry had was multi-purpose designed so that he could carry his business cards and his personal cards all the time, all at once.
Okay.
Per the discussion that I had with Barry once, because he took his wallet a place people don't normally take their wallet. And I asked him,
Okay. But as you indicated before, you'd never been into the place where Barry lived at until that day with Chris?
correct?
Okay, so if he had other items besides that one wallet, you weren't in his living area to see for yourself?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
You just saw what Barry carried down to the pool with him,
Correct,
pretty much. That's all you knew of?
correct.
Okay.
And whatever he carried when we went out everywhere.
Okay, and then as far as the text messaging did this lady Kim Zan Tolsanti, do you know her?
I do,
Okay. Would Barry text with her more so than you?
yes,
Okay. And then you knew that because you would, talk to Kim and then find out she had talked to Barry or something?
both. I've talked to Kim or talked to Barry and find out that they had a sidebar conversation.
Okay. All right. And I guess during the time that Barry was living there in the condo, you did note he would travel on occasion, I guess, out of the area?
Yes,
And that was for work?
yes. Sometimes it was for personal reasons.
And you also mentioned the health issues. Were you aware of some heart issues he had and a hospitalization?
I was not aware of a hospitalization, but I did know that he had had some previous heart. He was seeing a cardiologist.
Okay. And when you're talking about the times down at the pool, I'm just curious, was there alcohol involved too?
Occasionally,
Okay. And so would you see Barry drinking down at the pool?
occasionally.
Okay. And did you ever say anything to him about drinking and his heart issues?
I did.
All right, thank you.
You need redirect.
Briefly, Judge. Ms. Weber, you indicated to us earlier that in response to defense counsel's questions that when you all went out together, Barry always had his wallet along with those other things that you described, the iWatch and his phone. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
The wallet that he had at the pool and the one that you saw in the condo, is that one and the same wallet that you saw when you'd gone out with him on many occasions?
Yes, sir.
Now, since July 22nd of 2023, have you seen Barry Schmalbach?
No, sir.
Since that particular day, have you heard from Barry Schmalbach?
No, sir.
Have you had any contact with Mr. Schmalbach whatsoever?
No, sir.
Is that unusual?
Extremely.
No further questions, Judge.
Nothing further.
All right, you can step down.
You may be excused, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any objection? All right, and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
The state will call Detective Bearman.
All right. right hand and face the clerk. She'll swear you in again for the day.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, you can take the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we've gone over the 19th, the 20th, the 21st, the 22nd. What was the next day of your investigation?
July 23rd.
And what did you learn that occurred on July 23rd?
Based on record searches and stuff, we were able to determine Chris had gone to Starbucks and a Home Depot.
Your Honor, permission to republish states 22. And did he use the Discover credit card at Starbucks?
Yes,
So that would be this particular one for $6.59.
correct.
And we see a Home Depot purchase, same day, for $326.05.
Yes,
And the Discover card was found in Chris's wallet on the 24th.
yes.
What happened at Home Depot?
We were able to determine that a safe was purchased as well as locks and a swing bar for a door.
Safe. Why would a safe be purchased?
Why, I'm not sure.
That particular safe that was purchased, is that something that Barry owned?
It was identical to a safe that Barry had in the house.
And the defendant bought the safe at Home Depot, you said?
Yes,
And you said 2 locks. What kind of locks?
door locks.
Was one considered a swing bar?
Yes.
What is a swing bar?
It's basically, you put it on the door. It's kind of like a hotel room bar, I believe.
So it's kind of like to prevent somebody from coming in?
Yes.
And then you said there was another lock as well. What was the other lock?
Just a door lock
And why would somebody need a door lock?
to change out locks on doors.
Your Honor, I can rephrase.
Okay, please reface.
Have you ever purchased a door lock yourself?
Yes, I have.
And why have you purchased a door lock
To
yourself?
change out locks at my house.
And when you change a lock at your house, does it also change the key?
Yes,
And this particular lock was a deadbolt lock, is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
And are you able to install a swing bar and a deadbolt lock yourself?
Me personally, yes.
And have you changed them because of people moving out or people moving in?
Or, yes, or upgrading mine to whatever safety feature that had come up or,
And Chris bought 2 locks after he had reported Barry missing?
yes,
And this was after he had advised that Barry, he thought, maybe had come home and delivered some packages?
yes,
And you said the same safe that Christopher bought was the same safe that Barry owned?
yes.
And that safe was actually found on the search warrant on the 24th?
We found both safes, yeah.
Both the safe that Christopher bought and Barry's safe?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to show opposing counsel what's been previously marked for identification purposes is states 45, 45A, 46, and 46A.
Okay.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Detective, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as states 45 and 45A, and for the record, these were previously identified as being the defendant Christopher Davis, in it by Miguel Blanco on day 1 of the trial, as well as states 46 and 46A. Do you recognize 45 and 45A?
Yes, these are surveillance video from Home Depot.
And do you recognize 46 and 46A?
Yes, this is still from the surveillance video and a copy of the receipt for the purchase made.
And through the investigation, these items were obtained from Home Depot,
Yes,
and they're fair and accurate depictions of said items.
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the statement of evidence states 45, 45A, 46, and 46A.
All right, any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Now, this particular individual, what do you see him pushing out?
That's a safe and a bag.
And this was bought at the same time that Mr. Davis's card was used.
Yes,
Was Barry Schmalbach anywhere in any of the images or the surveillance video on that date at Home Depot?
no.
And for the record, it is at 3 seconds, and the particular date is 7/23/2023. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Permission to publish states 45A.
Okay.
So the first video, what was that a video of? What area?
that was the exit.
And what is this a video of?
Checkout lines.
Okay, and we have this labeled as mainline 7/23/2023. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay, so it's actually the date that the video was taken.
yes.
And is this Home Depot located in Lee County, Florida?
Yes, it's on Skyline Boulevard in Veterans, Cape Coral, Florida.
So we stopped this at 225. Is that one of the locks that you say that this individual purchased?
Yes.
And we are stopping this at 241. Is this another lock this individual purchased?
Yes.
And question about a deadbolt lock. Is a deadbolt lock different than other types of locks there are?
It's more secure.
So for example, the bottom of a doorknob, sometimes it has like a little turn. Is that a deadbolt?
No, that is not.
What is that?
The deadbolt is the one up above. It's a separate hole turn, and the bar comes out and goes
See-
into the.
Based on your training and experience and the fact that you've done property crimes as well as you've been a detective and an officer for over 15 years, have you ever dealt with trying to open just like a turn of the knob versus a deadbolt?
Yes,
Okay.
it's easier to open the one that is not a deadbolt.
So the deadbolt's harder to break into?
Yes.
In this particular card that's being used, that is the Barry Schmalbach's red Blackhawk Discover card.
Yes.
And for the record, that is stopped at 248. And for the record, Your Honor, we're going to stop it at 346. Permission to publish dates 46. Is this a still frame from states 45?
Yes.
And this shows a bag, which we just saw has 2 locks in it,
Yes.
as well as a safe.
Yes.
And then 46A. What is this?
That's a receipt.
So this shows that it was purchased at 7/23/2023.
Yeah, 5:06 PM, and it's got the Discover card there at the bottom.
Now, are you familiar with self-checkout lines?
Yes,
Have you ever used one yourself?
yes,
Do they check your driver's license to make sure it matches your credit card you're using?
no,
And we didn't see that happen in this case?
no.
Now, this particular safe, did you ever look at the defendant's phone records for that particular day?
Yes,
Did anything strike you as unusual that occurred that day that's related to the safe?
I believe there's a phone call to Century Safe.
And Your Honor, I'm going to republish States 56, which is already in evidence, and it's going to be page 9 of Mobility. So we see line 179. So that's 7/23/2023. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And this is in UTC time. Can you convert 22 to Eastern Standard Time for us again?
that's going to be, go back, 6, 18, 10, see, you get me all mathed all up.
It's okay. So
No,
it'd be
that's,
22
so that's
minus
10
4.
o'clock, so it would be 6.
Okay, so 6 p.m. So that's after he purchased this particular safe.
Yes,
Now, the reason you know that he called the safe company from the defendant's phone is because of this telephone number, correct?
correct.
And we know that this telephone number, it does in fact go through Century Safe. It's on all the brochures, booklets, etc. And with regards to the defendant's cell phone records, did he ever make any phone calls to Barry on the 23rd?
No,
So the last phone call from Barry was on the 22nd when he
Yes.
reported him missing?
yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? No further questions this time.
All right.
I was just gonna ask, I noticed on the receipt where it indicated the card's used, but again, it's through the Apple Pay.
The Starbucks, I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then, so does that mean the card's present, or it was used, like the phone could have been used?
It could have been used through the phone.
Okay. All right, that's all for now.
No follow-up. Permission to retain this witness?
Yes,
While
you can
I'm-
step down, but you're not released. All right, everybody in the jury doing okay? All right, let's take and call our next witness.
Judge, today we call Miss Cindy Thomas.
And if you will just raise your right hand again, the clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you can take the stand. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Would you please state your name once again for the record?
Cindy Thomas.
You're one of the same Cindy Thomas that testified yesterday regarding the 20th of July,
Correct.
2023 contact with Mr. Davis. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Mrs. Thomas, I want to talk to you now about the 24th of July of the 24th of July, 2023. Were you working on that day?
Yes.
Were you working at Starbucks?
Yes.
One in the same place that you'd worked for over 10 years?
Yes.
And on that particular day, did a gentleman by the name of Mr. Christopher Davis come in to your location?
He did.
And was that interaction with Mr. Davis one and the same that you've had in the past?
Yes.
And did you inquire of Mr. Davis at that point in time where Mr. Schmalbach was?
I did.
Okay. And why did you ask?
Because they usually always came in together, and he wasn't with them that day. Again.
Once again, he was not with him on that particular day as well.
Right.
And then when you asked Mr. Davis on the 24th of July where Mr. Schmalbach was, how did he reply to you?
He was very nervous, and he said, "I'm really afraid. He didn't come home last night, and I'm really worried there might have been a hate crime."
And did you follow up and ask him what he meant by that?
Pretty much. I mean, he was afraid something happened to him, that somebody took him and hurt him.
And then he'd mentioned that it was a hate crime?
That's what he thought it was.
Did he say anything beyond that?
No, well, he left his phone number. He said, "If you hear from Barry or if Barry comes in, give me a call." That was the last time I ever saw him.
And had you seen or heard from Mr. Schmalbach at all since the 19th of July of 2023?
Not at all.
Despite him being a regular customer, you haven't seen him?
Nope,
Haven't heard from him?
nope,
Haven't spoken to him?
nope,
Haven't had any further contact with him?
none.
Thank you. No further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right, any questions?
How does he give you the phone number? Is it just written down or something?
Yeah, he wrote it down on a piece of paper.
Okay, and then he said, give you a call if you
Give
saw
him a call if he came in.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you. She may be
All right,
excused.
you may step down. And is she excused?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Any objection? All right, ma'am, you're excused from your speaking.
Thank you.
State and call their next witness.
State would call Laura Standiford.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
All right, you can take the stand. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name to the jury?
Laura Standiford.
And how are you employed?
I am an administrative assistant at Ann Therese Aesthetic Medicine.
What is Ann Teresa's aesthetic medicine?
We do aesthetic medicine, so we do fillers, we do Botox, Dysport, facials.
I know this sounds silly, but can you explain that to anyone who might not know what Botox, fillers, Dysport is?
Yeah, so fillers it's like a gel, I guess, that plumps your skin, makes you look more youthful. Botox and Dysport are neurotoxins, and they paralyze your muscles, so it helps with wrinkles and those kinds of things.
So, lack of a better word, it's to beautify yourself.
Yes,
Okay, to unage yourself.
yes. Give a more youthful look.
How expensive is this stuff?
It can be very expensive.
What does a normal filler for your lips cost?
One syringe is $6.99.
Okay. What about, can you get injections in your cheeks too? Mm-hmm. How much do those usually cost?
So typically people would get one in each cheek, so that would be 2 syringes. So that would be $6.99 times 2.
Okay. And you said Botox and Dysport, are those equally just as expensive?
Those can be a little less, but depending on how much somebody gets, it can still run anywhere between a couple of $100 to $500 for one treatment.
Now, is it unusual for somebody to show up and get treatment the same day, or do you have to do a consult?
You have to do a consult.
Can you kind of explain if I called your business and said, hey, I'd like to come in and get Botox done, for example? What would I need to do?
So you would come in, fill out paperwork, meet with one of our nurse practitioners, and they would go over everything with you. You would kind of come up with a plan together and then go forward from there.
And are you involved with coming up with the plan, or what is your exact job?
I schedule, I check people in, I take payment.
So you're kind of the front face of the business.
I am, yeah.
And what kind of paperwork do you have filled out?
Medical forms, so like some medical information, address, emergency contact, phone numbers.
Do you have to make a deposit or prepay at all?
You do not.
So when somebody gets the procedure done, for example, they would meet with the nurse practitioner, then come and make a payment with you.
Mm-hmm.
And when they make a payment with you, could they do payments in installments?
No.
So they have to pay in full. Mm-hmm. Now I'm going to walk you to an individual by the name of Christopher Davis. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please point to him and identify him by an article of clothing?
He is the man in the white shirt.
Is there... Okay, perfect. Your Honor, may the record reflect that she has identified the defendant.
All right.
And did he come in contact with you on or about May 15th, 2023?
He came into our office,
And that was for what?
a consult.
Okay, so that's the first step of booking a procedure.
Correct.
And on that particular day, did he mention having a boyfriend to you?
I'm going to be honest, I don't even remember him coming in that day.
Okay. Do you remember him filling out paperwork?
I do not.
Okay, but he did fill out some paperwork with regards to his address, emergency contact. Okay. The address he put down was for an address in Cape Coral.
Yes.
It was 1835 Beach Parkway, Unit 303. And the emergency contact, was that somebody by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
No.
Was it somebody by the name of Tyler Gamble?
Yes.
Sustain.
Who was his emergency contact he put down?
It was his brother. I think it was Tyler. I don't remember a last name.
Okay. And was anyone with him when he came in, or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't even know if I was there that day specifically.
Did he come back?
Yes.
Now, can I schedule, for example, if I wanted to get a procedure done the same day when I do my consult?
You can if there is time the day of the consult.
And in this particular situation, did Mr. Davis call in and schedule an appointment?
He did.
And what day did he schedule an appointment?
The morning of.
The morning of. So the morning of his appointment.
The treatment, yes.
Okay. And, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now showing the defense what's been previously marked as State's Proposed Exhibits 50, as well as 51, which is a composite. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Mrs. Stanford, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Proposed Exhibits 50, as well as 51. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes,
And are they fair and accurate depictions of a bag that your company used in July of 2023, as well as kind of a checkout procedure?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, no statement moved to evidence 50 and 51.
All right, any objection?
No.
You admit it?
Permission to publish?
You may.
For the record, I'm going to be publishing states 51. It's a composite, and it's going to be page 4. So you said that he made an appointment the same day he came in for his procedure. Is that accurate?
correct, yes.
What is this page showing?
So that's basically showing what's happened throughout the day with the appointment. So he made the appointment that morning, the 24th of July at 8:57, right there, yep. Then right below that, at 9:25, I amended it in some way. So I don't know if I might have made a note or something to it. Our old system was not as good as our new one, sorry. It doesn't give as many details. And then at 10:55, I amended it again, which probably is maybe like when he arrived.
Okay. So he called in on July 24th, 2023 at 8:57 a.m. to make an appointment.
Correct,
Okay. And then he showed up the same day, a couple hours later, for the appointment.
yes.
And was there anything you noticed or remember about Mr. Davis when you met him that day?
Yes, he was excited. He had been to get a pedicure. He was happy, excited about getting treatment that day.
Did he ever tell you or say anything about somebody missing in his life?
No,
He say anything or seem upset at all while he was there?
no,
And did he end up getting a couple procedures done that day?
yes,
And for the record, I am now publishing states 51, page 2. Do you recognize this?
mm-hmm.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
That would be like a description of what our treatments are.
Okay. And up here, I apologize. So this says invoice balance, so that says 0. What does that mean?
That means that he paid.
And that means he paid in full for whatever procedure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then we see a name and an address,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the address that he provided.
Correct.
And then we see a date. There's 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And it says Amex here. What is that?
That's how he paid.
So he paid with an American Express card?
Yes.
And then we see charges for $6.99. What is that for?
The $6.99 would have been filler.
And what kind of filler?
I think he had his lips done, so that would have been Kiss.
Okay. And $7.75.
That's for Sculptra.
And what's
Which-
Sculptra?
It's an injectable that is similar to filler, except it takes time. It helps to build your collagen.
Where do you get Sculptra injected?
It can be in your lower face. It can be in your cheek area.
But it's more expensive than regular filler.
It is.
And then we see a second line that says credits. What is this $20 for?
That's for Aspire, which is the rewards program for the filler that he received.
Okay, so if you're using the filler for the first time or you're just getting onto the account, do they usually give you some sort of amount as a
Yeah.
free discount?
Yes,
So-
they give you a $20 as a welcome.
Okay. So it's a welcome gift basically of thank you for getting filler done.
Yes,
And then we see $14.54. What does that mean?
that's the total charge.
Okay, and so what it is they did $6.99 plus the $7.75, and it comes up to the
$54.
$14.74 with the $20
Yeah,
discount.
then,
so-
yes,
okay.
exactly.
And he paid in full.
Yes,
And that again was on the 24th.
yes.
Now I'm showing you page 3, which is an American Express, and this is coming from Anna Therese or Aesthetics, excuse me. And it shows that this is the American Express that was used, as well as the amount for 1454. And it says timestamp, so that's the time it was ran at.
Correct.
So that's at 7:24 at 12:20. And then the name. That would be the name of.
The card, the person's card.
Okay. And that's not the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you kind of explain, just in normal days of people coming in and making a payment, how do people usually make payments when they get cosmetics procedures done?
Usually it's a credit card, but a few people pay in cash.
Is it usually their credit cards they're using?
Mostly, but quite a few people use significant others.
And the significant other doesn't have to be present with them?
No.
So you don't call the significant other and say, hey, do they have permission to use this? It just gets to be a surprise on the card statement later. And so we know that Barry didn't show up with him that day.
Correct.
He didn't mention a Barry. I'm sorry, you're shaking your head yes, so that's a yes.
Yeah, he did not show up with him that day.
And he didn't mention anyone named Barry.
He did not.
So it's not unusual for you just to take your card and run it.
No.
And then I'm showing you page 1 of 51. So again, this is a receipt for the aesthetic medicine. It has your phone number, so that was the phone number of July of 2023, as well as your location. And the location is 1831 Cape Coral Parkway East in Cape Coral, Florida. Is that located in Lee County, Florida?
Yes.
And then again, we see that it was an American Express, the last 4 digits, 1006, as well as the total amount that was paid in full. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And with regards to the defendant coming into your establishment, was this his first time getting filler done with you
With
guys?
us, yes.
And is there anything that you give to first-time customers?
We have a little welcome bag. It has a mug and a nail file.
So it's a way to bring them back and just let them remember you.
Yeah.
And can you describe what the bag looks like that you use for first-time customers?
It's black and it has our logo on it.
And you're the one that would hand them the card?
Yeah.
Or hand them, excuse me, the bag?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember handing Christopher Davis a bag that day?
I don't specifically, but I'm sure I did because I give them to everybody.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm gonna publish dates 50. Is this the bag that you were using in July of 2023?
Yes.
And then we noticed some paperwork behind that. That says post sculptra. Is that what he had injected?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the treatment, like for after you have it done, that's your post care.
So there's certain things you shouldn't be doing post.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Cross?
Just briefly, so on that day, the 24th, he would just called that morning, and then you would be in the computer looking for appointments, and you might have said, oh, we have 11 a.m. open.
Yes.
Is it as simple as that?
Yes.
Okay. Is it same day appointments, does that happen?
In the summer, when our snowbirds are gone, it's
Okay.
easier to get in, yes.
Then do sometimes people cancel, and then maybe a spot opens?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
No further questions, Your Honor. We would ask to release and excuse.
Any objection? All right. You may step down and you're excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Is everybody okay on the jury right now? Does somebody need a break? I think we need a little bit of a comfort break. Let's get about a 10-minute recess. We'll be right back. That's okay, you can be seated. Okay, and is Miss Justin just outside, or? Okay, yeah, there she is. All right, let the record reflect, state's present, defense counsel, defendant are all present. Are we ready to bring the jury back and call your next witness?
State's ready, Judge.
Is defense ready? All right, let's bring it back. All right, and state and call their next witness.
Judge, state would like to call Miss Amy Schober.
All right, you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can take the stand. Watch your step. And you can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
My name is Amy Schober.
And Ms. Schober, where do you work?
I am employed at the Cape Coral Police Department as a forensic technician.
And how long have you worked for the Cape Coral Police Department?
Approximately 8 years.
And what did you do for the Cape Coral Police Department?
I'm a forensic technician.
What does that mean?
So as a forensic technician, we respond to crime scenes. That can be anything from burglaries to homicides. We will document those crime scenes using various methods as notes, photographs, sketches, measurements. We will also collect evidence from those scenes. We may process that evidence later on at our lab, do laboratory submissions, and we'll create reports from all of our findings and we'll testify in court.
Now, were you working in that capacity back on the 24th of July of 2023?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to be at a residence at 1835 Beach Parkway, specifically Unit 303?
Yes, I did.
What was your reason for going to that location?
We were responding to a missing persons investigation.
Okay, and what did you do when you got in that location?
When I arrived at the location, I made contact with Detective Bearman.
And was anyone else there with you?
Yes.
Who was there with you?
Detective Scarlato, Sergeant Levitt, and other members of our forensics unit.
And what did you do at that particular location on that day?
So when I first arrived, I was directed to an individual that was identified to me as Christopher Davis, and I was asked to collect his buccal swabs and his photographs.
And did you ultimately wind up going ahead and doing that?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about doing that?
First I obtained photographs of the individual just to show overall who it was, and then I documented any injuries I observed on him. Then I obtained the buccal swabs using just a basic swab kit. It's a DNA standard that collects cells from the inside of the cheek.
Judge, let the record reflect the states showing defense counsel was included marked as states exhibit number 52 and 52A through 52G.
Yes.
Permission to approach, Judge?
You may.
Show where I'm handing was increased marked as states exhibit number 52 and 52A through 52G. Ask you to take a look at that item, those items. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are photographs that I took of the individual.
And the individual being Christopher Davis?
Correct.
And is that one and the same individual who's in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
And do you see him in court today? And could you point him out and describe the article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's seated at the defendant's table wearing a white striped shirt.
There's a direct, like this witness has also identified the defendant. Now, Ms. Schober, those photographs, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the individual, Mr. Christopher Davis, on the date of July 24th of 2023?
Yes, I do.
Judge, at this time, state would move states exhibit number 52, 52A through 52G into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Schober, when we're looking at this particular photograph, states exhibit number 52, that's just an overall photograph?
Correct.
And when you take an overall photograph, you then move in closer to take photographs of individual, close-up photographs of the individual, is that right?
Yes.
And Stacy's in number 52, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the same individual showing the backs of his hands.
And then Stacy's in number 52B.
This is the right lower leg, so like the shin area.
Did you note any issues with regards to his right shin area?
Yes, there were numerous scratches on the area.
And Stacy's exhibit number 52C, what are we looking at there?
This is the outside wrist and forearm area of the left hand.
And was there anything of note in this particular photograph?
Yes, there are again scratches or abrasions on this area.
And with regards to Stacy's exhibit number 52D,
This is showing the palm or inside surface of the hand.
and is there anything of specific note in this photograph?
Yes, there is a slightly deeper scratch to the surface of the hand here between the little and middle fingers, or little and ring fingers, I'm sorry.
And Stacy's exhibit number 52E,
This is again the same palm surface of the left hand showing an abrasion.
and Stacy's exhibit number 52F.
This is the back of the right hand showing some abrasions on the first or index finger.
And lastly, 52G,
This is the inside or palm surface of the right hand showing two larger, deeper abrasions.
Now, when you took photographs of Mr. Davis on that particular day, did you engage in any conversation with Mr. Davis as to how he may have obtained these particular injuries?
I did not ask him any questions.
Were you aware of anyone who had asked him any questions, and were you present at the time when those questions were being asked of how he obtained these injuries?
I don't recall if one of the two detectives, Detective Bearman or Detective Scarlow, had asked him those questions, but I do recall information being given.
And was the information that was provided to you of concern with regarding cats?
Yes,
And was the information relating to cats about putting a harness on them?
yes,
And did you ultimately have an opportunity to go into the residence there at 1835 Beach Parkway?
yes, I
Unit
did.
303.
Sorry. Yes, I did.
And when you went into this particular unit, what did you see and what were you doing inside?
So I was assisting forensic technician Potts with her documentation and evidence collection inside the apartment.
And were there photographs taken of the inside of that apartment?
Yes,
And who was taking those particular photographs?
that would have been forensic technician Potts.
And were you present at the time these particular photographs were in fact taken?
Yes, or shortly thereafter.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel some previous marked cases number 39A through 39BB. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Show where I'm handing you some previous marked as exhibit number 39A all the way through 39Z. And then it goes through 39AA and 39BB. So you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those. you recognize those items, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those?
These include photographs that were taken inside the apartment number 303, as well as photographs of evidence that was collected from that apartment.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the items that you just described?
Yes.
Judge State moves State's Exhibit number 39A through 39Z and 39AA and 39BB in evidence at this
Any
time.
objection?
Proffer, brief proffer of the
Okay.
witness.
The voir dire, you mean?
We're dire, sorry. Ma'am, you said another tech, Potts, was taking the photos?
Yes, it was either on this date, on July 24th, it actually would have been forensic specialist Buckner Brager. And then on a second date, July 25th, it would have been forensic technician Potts.
Okay, and you mentioned you were assisting, what, both of them or one of them?
I assisted on both occasions.
Okay, and then, because you said something like I was either there or thereafter or something?
So usually when we are taking photographs inside a crime scene, we try to let the person who's taking the photographs enter the scene and take the photographs before other people enter the scene. So I may have been there shortly after the photographs were taken.
So then, all the items in those photos, I know there's a lot, but then, so do you recall, did you see them at the time they were taken, or you go in and you see those items after? Like you're verifying that's what was there, they fairly and accurately depict what was actually there on the dates. Someone else took them and then you entered later, how are you verifying that?
So the photographs from the crime scene appear to be the same condition of the crime scene as I observed it entering shortly afterwards.
Okay, no objection.
Be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioner Publish.
You may.
Show where I'm directing, I'd like to direct your attention specifically on the screen. Is that a photograph of the building at 1835 Beach Parkway? The unit 303, which I'm going to be pointing to, is the upper building, the third floor, in the middle of this particular piece of evidence, which is State's Exhibit number 39.
Yes, that's correct.
So when we enter into the condo, what are we looking at in this particular photograph? Is 39A?
So in this photograph, the front door would be behind you, and you're looking into a dining room entryway area.
In State's Exhibit number 39B, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a photograph of a kitchen garbage can and its contents.
And the contents appear to contain looks like an Anna Therese aesthetics medicine bag,
Yes,
and that is a pink garbage bag.
that is correct.
We're looking at 39C.
This is the living room within the residence, so the area that you just saw would be behind you, and you're proceeding further into the residence to show the living room and a little office area.
And at that office area, you took a photograph of 39D,
I did not take the photograph.
or Ms. Potts or Ms. Brager took the photograph of the contents in the office area.
That's correct.
And in the office area, it appears as though we have an iWatch.
Yes,
We have an iWatch here, as well as a laptop.
yes.
What are we looking at in 39E?
This is a close-up photograph of a medication bottle that would have been on the desk.
Okay. And does that photograph bottle belong to a gentleman by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
Yes,
And 39F, is that a little bit further photograph away from the desk depicting the medicine bottle,
yes,
along with the watch and the laptop?
correct.
We note here on the bottom, there appears to be some sort of backpack, if you will, with straps.
Yes.
And 39G, what are we looking at there?
It appears to be checkbooks and a passport book. And you can see the strap of that backpack that was just referenced in the last photo at the top of the photograph.
And then when we open that passport appears to belong to a gentleman by the name of Barry Schmalbach in State's Exhibit number 39H.
Correct.
And that checkbook in 39I, is that one and the same belonging to a gentleman by the name of Mr. Barry Schmalbach?
Correct.
And that would be his name listed right here on the actual check itself.
Yes, on the top left corner.
And in 39J, what are we looking at in this particular photograph?
This is a photograph of a table that was in the living room area.
And on the bottom shelf of that particular table, we see a bag, is that correct?
Yes, it's a Ziploc bag.
And in that Ziploc bag, 39K, we have what?
Additional bottles of medication bearing the name Barry Schmalbach.
And then here in State's Exhibit number 39L, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a photo inside the master bedroom, or I believe it was the only bedroom. No, this is the master bedroom within the residence.
And then we're looking here at 39M. What would we find underneath one of the pillows in that particular room?
So under the pillow, it's been lifted up a little bit. You can see the keys for a vehicle.
And close up of those keys in 39N.
Yes, this is after the pillow's been removed and the keys have been splayed out so you can see them.
And do those keys actually go to an actual, like a Jeep, as indicated here on this particular key fob?
Yes.
And 39O, what are we looking at here?
So this is in the second bedroom. There's a safe along the wall, and the bed is on the right side of the photograph.
And then 39P,
This is going back to the master side of the apartment. The master bedroom would be behind you. This is the master bathroom.
and then we're looking at 39Q.
This is the sink inside the master bathroom.
And that photograph also depicts a number of toiletries,
Yes,
toothbrushes, hairbrushes, that sort of thing.
yes.
It states exhibit number 39R. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So in the previous photograph, there was a closet on the right side as you enter into the master bathroom. This is showing inside of that closet.
So basically someone's clothing.
Yes.
So 39S,
Can't tell what that is on the screen. Can I see the photograph?
if I may approach it.
You may.
Thank you.
What are we looking at 39F?
It's a black Coach billfolder wallet.
And then 39T,
Is a cell phone.
and then 39U.
This is with that wallet opened up.
And when we're looking at 39U, there also appears to be a driver's license with Alaska.
Yes.
And then 39V,
This is just another view of the top portion of that wallet.
and 39W been introduced as evidence in this particular case. Is that all the contents that was in that particular wallet that was found?
Yes.
And all these various credit cards that you saw there, those were one and the same that belonged to Mr. Barry Schmalbach?
Yes.
None of those credit cards belonged to Mr. Christopher Davis?
No.
But we do have a driver's license here for Mr. Christopher Davis. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And then we have 39X. What are we looking at there?
It's a Discover credit card with a Chiefs logo from the NHL.
And then when we flip that over, we're looking at 39Y.
This is the back side of that card that shows the individual's name.
And that individual's name is what?
Barry J. Schmalbach.
And 39Z.
This is an American Express Delta Sky Miles credit card with the name Barry Schmalbach.
And 39AA is the back of that particular credit card.
Correct.
And 39BB. What are we looking at here?
This is an Alaska State Identification Card for Christopher Gregory Davis.
Now, the date of birth on on his driver's license depicts 6/8 of 1988. Is that right?
Yes.
It's not 6/9 of 1989, correct?
Okay, let's ask and answer. What are shows?
Overruled.
It does not, sorry, it does not show that.
Now, after you went ahead and were present with Ms. Potts and Ms. Buckner-Brager and took overall photographs of the apartment as well as the interior of various items contained therein, did you ultimately have an opportunity to go back to 1835 Beach Parkway and collect a series of light bulbs on the various landings?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, there was a first and second floor landing. Did you collect that light bulb?
Yes.
What was the reason for you to collect that light bulb?
I was requested by Detective Bearman to go back on that date and collect those light bulbs based on investigative leads.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel some previously marked as State's Exhibit number 27. May I approach?
You may.
Show one handing was previously marked as State's Exhibit number 27. I ask you to take a look at that item and see if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
It is packaged with my label with my handwriting and my identifying information, as well as sealed with my initials, member number, and the date.
And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
Judge, Steve moves State's Exhibit number 27 in evidence at this time.
All right, any objection?
Board Dyer, did you say you sealed it after you put it in there?
Correct.
And then has anyone else opened it up to do anything with it?
I see no other markings where someone else has opened the bag.
So, I guess before you put it in there, did you do like testing for fingerprints or anything?
I did process the item for latent prints.
Oh, okay, so you conducted that and then you sealed it.
That's correct.
Okay. No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted.
Now, Ms. Schober, when you went ahead and collected those prints off of that particular item, what did you do with that?
I submitted those prints for another analyst to examine.
Now, let me take you back one quick step as a follow-up. When you were in that apartment at 1835 Beach Parkway, did you find any cat leashes in that particular apartment?
No, I did not.
Did you find a harness for a cat in that particular apartment?
No, I did not.
Was any harness found in the trash that you collected, or that was collected from this apartment?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there a leash that was found in the trash?
Not that I'm aware of.
I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right.
When you arrived to assist, did you still see the cats in there?
I was there on 2 occasions and did not see any cats.
Okay, so do you have any knowledge if they were removed before you came?
I do not know if they were still in the apartment or not.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you want her to remain or is she released?
She may be released, Judge. Thank you.
Any objection? All right, you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State and call their next witness.
Judge, say we call Ms. Casey Buckner-Brager.
examinations also. I'm also a certified footwear examiner for the Cape Coral Police Department.
How long have you been doing that sort of work?
My entire career, so 13 years with Cape Coral.
What training have you received as it relates to fingerprint examinations?
I took a 2-year mentorship underneath my senior latent print examiner, who's certified as a latent print examiner, and then I've been doing latent prints for 10 years. So in my 2 years, I went to various training courses that are offered that teach us how to do fingerprint examinations. I also was on supervised work and then have been doing my own work for several years, for at least 10 years now.
And have you had occasion to testify regarding identification of persons based upon fingerprint comparisons before?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Less than 10.
Would you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a latent fingerprint is?
So a latent fingerprint are fingerprints that are left behind by the compositions of your oils or waters that are in your fingerprint, left residue of your fingerprint, but we can't see them to the naked eye typically. So we have to use developmental techniques in order to see them. So like if you watch on TV where we're powdering with a black powder brush or we're using chemicals, that's what we have to do in order to enhance them and visualize them.
What is a known inked fingerprint?
A known inked fingerprint would be a print that we take from a person. So latent prints are unknown prints because we don't know whose that source was, right? We didn't see them touch that surface. Whereas a known inked fingerprint is where we put ink on a known person in front of us and we roll those fingerprints. So we consider those our fingerprint standards.
Now, are there different distinguishing characteristics of a fingerprint?
Yes, there are.
What are they?
So you have distinct patterns. I'm sure you all have seen this on TV where you have like the circular pattern that's a whorl. You have the loop pattern where it goes in and comes back out. All the ridges on your fingers are doing this, not your actual fingers. And then you have the arch where the ridges go up and come across. So if you look at your fingerprints, you can actually see that on them. Inside of those, so that's like the level 1 of what we look at. Level 2 is where we see more details in there. So when the ridges flow in, do they actually stop and create a ridge ending? Do they come in and then split into 2 and create a bifurcation? Is there just a little dot? Do they come in, split into 2, and then come out and split into, or come back into 1 and make an island? So those are those tiny little minutia or tiny little details that we're looking for to make those more unique to that person.
How do people leave fingerprints?
By touching items. You can leave them either just based on the residue that's on your hands. You can leave them by touching some other substance and leaving that residue behind, but it's by touching with your hands.
Is it possible for someone to go ahead and touch a surface and actually not leave a fingerprint?
Yes, it is.
And how is that possible?
It really depends on how much residue you have on your fingers. If your hands are really, really dry, you're not going to leave very good fingerprints because my detection techniques are looking for the moisture in your fingerprints. So if you don't have a lot of moisture, or if you've just recently washed and dried your hands, your fingerprints, the residue hasn't come back out and been excreted out of your pores yet. So you're not leaving very good prints. Also, if your fingers are, the patterns are really worn down, whether you've been a masonry, or as we age, our prints, our ridges tend to get softer. We don't leave very good fingerprints.
How do you go about comparing latent fingerprints with known fingerprints?
So a latent fingerprint, first of all, we're gonna get that fingerprint from the technician or whoever submitted it for latent print analysis. And we're going to determine, is there enough information in that print to be of comparison value? So I look to see, do I have patterns? Do I have those little minutia or those little unique identifying characteristics in there that will give me enough information that I can say that that came from a certain source? If I only have like 1 or 2 characteristics, I'm not comfortable saying that that's that from a single source because we all could have that same one. So I need enough information in that fingerprint, that latent print that's been developed, to say that it's comparable to a known print. So once we determine that it's of value, Then we compare it to our known prints to see, are those characteristics the same? What dissimilarities do we find? That's one of the big things we're looking for. We're not just looking for similarities, but we're looking for dissimilarities. If I find a dissimilarity, then I'm saying that's not that source.
Now, are fingerprints specific to an individual?
Yes, they are.
And can two people have the same fingerprints?
Oh, that has not been found yet.
Now, based upon your training experience in fingerprint analysis, have you ever seen two persons with identical fingerprints?
No, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review fingerprints in this particular case?
Yes, I have.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel what's increasing marked as states composite 26.
And what number did you say?
26, Your Honor?
26, thanks.
Permission to approach, Judge?
You may.
Dr. Brager, I'm handing you what's increasing marked as states composite number 26. May I see you take a look at that item? See if you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
These are the 10 print standards that I collected here in court in front of Judge Thompson from Christopher Davis. And it's also a packet of my fingerprint comparisons of the latent prints that I analyzed to those 10 print standards that I collected.
Now, the fingerprints that you analyzed, what were those from?
So I have multiple fingerprints that I analyzed for this packet. I have light bulb A, the master bedroom, the safe that was located in the master bedroom closet, the actually on the keypad frame, the safe from the spare bedroom on the back of the keypad, and the chemical guy bottle from the Jeep.
All right. Judge, at this time, the state would move state's exhibit number 26 composite into evidence at this time.
All right, any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Now, Mr. Buckenbrager, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to state's exhibit number 26 up on the screen. What are we looking at in this particular exhibit?
So this exhibit is a copy of the 10 print standards that I inked defendant Christopher Davis in court in front of Judge Thompson, and then I made his known prints on the blank sheet.
And as we're looking at the third page, it says here, Christopher Davis, and it says light bulb A. What are we looking at in this photograph, and what is it that you were doing with this particular image?
So this image, above the image that's above the writing of light bulb A, that is the latent print that was submitted to me from light bulb A. And then the image next to it is the fingerprint that I found to be the same source as from light bulb A, and it was from the 10 print standards that I collected from Christopher Davis. And then this page in its entirety is my comparison. So I'm marking the areas that I find of similarities, and then it's got my identifying information down at the bottom.
When you say that it came from the same source, what do you mean?
I'm saying that that latent print came from Christopher Davis, and in particular, the right index finger.
So the print that you pulled off of the light bulb, or that was pulled off of the light bulb, that was compared to his actual court-rolled print, and you found that to belong to Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
this particular comparison, it appears to say safe from master bedroom closet keypad frame.
Yes.
What exactly is a keypad frame?
So on the front of your safe, this safe in particular had the digital code to put in, or the push button codes to put in. So it had like the black push button codes, and then around it, it had this silver plastic, and then that was attached to the safe. So I was able to develop prints on the side frame of this keypad.
And did you take photographs of this particular safe as well?
Yes, I did.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing you minutes passes were previously marked as State's Exhibit number 47 and 47A through 47G. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Selectman Berger, I'm showing you what's previously marked as State's Exhibit number 47 and 47A through 47G. So take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
I do.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the safe and its contents that you had taken from the residence there at 1835 Beach Parkway in Cape Coral?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit number 47, 47A through G into evidence at this time.
All right, any objection? No. Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
Now, Ms. Brager, you indicated that you had gone ahead and done a comparison of the fingerprints on a safe. Is this in fact the safe that we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
And then when we opened this particular safe, or you opened this particular safe to display its contents, is that depicted here in 47A?
Yes, sir.
And as we look here in 47A, B, appears as though it looks like we have a high school diploma and number of other items.
Yes, sir.
In 47C, what are we looking at here?
Those are more items that were in the safe. It appears to be different coins, like a coin collection, and ammunition boxes.
And a Movado watch box.
Is that up at the top? Yes.
And then here, 47D.
That's the contents of the Movado box, watch box.
And then we have 47E.
More jewelry that was located in the safe.
And we have 47F.
That was all of the coins that were at the bottom of the safe once I removed everything else out of it.
And we have 47G.
Same thing.
Now, in this particular safe, on this safe, you were able to do a comparison of the actual fingerprint of the keypad, you said?
Yeah, it was on the side frame of the keypad.
Okay. And when you compared the fingerprint that you were able to obtain from the side of the keypad and compare it to the actual known print of Mr. Davis, what conclusion were you able to draw?
I found it to be the same source as Christopher Davis's right index finger.
Okay, here we go with page 6 of State's Exhibit number 26. We're looking at a safe that was in the spare bedroom on a keypad.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So there was a safe located in the spare bedroom that was also processed. This latent print I was able to develop on the back of the keypad. So if you take the keypad off, it was the back side by where like the battery compartment and things were. And I analyzed that and compared it to Christopher Davis and found it to be the same source as his left middle finger.
Same source being, that was his fingerprint.
Yes, sir.
Lastly, page 7, we're looking here at a chemical dye bottle that you've gone ahead and labeled.
Yes.
Now, where did you obtain this chemical dye bottle?
This was in the trunk of the gray Jeep Cherokee.
And did you process a Jeep Grand Cherokee?
Yes, I did.
Did you take photographs of the interior?
Yes, I did.
That's also reflect, I'm showing defense counsel's producing marked as State's Exhibit number 2B, 2C, 2D, 2E, and 2F.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Excuse me. 2B, 2C, and
Slower,
2.
just slower for the clerk. Sorry.
2B, 2C, 2D. I'm going to stop right there. And approach.
You may.
I'm showing this from producer marked as State's Exhibit number 2B, 2C, and 2D. I said, you take a look at those items. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are photographs that I took of the interior of the Jeep during one of our search warrants.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the interior of the Jeep as to when you saw it?
Yes,
Conducted the search warrant.
yes.
Judge State's Exhibit number 2B, 2C, and 2D in evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
Now. Sprager, it's been previously admitted into evidence, State's Exhibit number 2. Is that one of the same Jeep?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you open up the back hatch of that particular Jeep, State's Exhibit number 2B, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And 2C, what are we looking at there?
That is the chemical guy bottle that I processed for latent prints.
And did you collect that bottle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do with that bottle when you collected it?
Took it back to the lab and processed it for latent prints in the lab.
I'm showing defense counsel some proofs and marked as State's Exhibit number 57.
All right.
May I approach?
You may.
Sprager, I'm handing you some proofs and marked as State's Exhibit number 57. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the chemical guy's odor neutralizer bottle. I know that it's the one that I collected because it has my name on the sticker and also has my name, my 4-digit, and my date on the seal.
And is that in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
Judge, State moves State's Exhibit number 57 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
So that particular cleaner is going to be the one specifically depicted here in State's Exhibit number 2C, is that right?
Correct.
And that is one and the same that you had gone ahead and processed?
Yes, it is.
And you obtained a print off of that particular cleaner?
Yes,
that
I
right?
did.
And did you compare that print, or was that print of any value?
Yes, it was.
And did you compare that print to anything?
Yes, I did. I compared it to my standards of Christopher Davis and found it to be from the same source.
Now, did you also have an opportunity to take a couple more photographs of the interior of that particular Jeep on the inside, back where you found that chemical cleaner.
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel some previously marked as state's exhibit number 2F and 2G. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Right now, handing some previously marked as state's exhibit number 2F and 2G. I ask you to take a look at that. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are photos that I took of the interior of the trunk, but the side area, like the plastic of the Jeep.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the inside of the trunk area of that Jeep?
Yes, I do.
Judge, state moves state's exhibit number 2F and 2G in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, Ms. Brager, I've got state's exhibit number 2F up on the screen. What are we looking at in this particular photograph? And I know it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah, it is hard to see, but in person it was not hard to see. This is the interior of the trunk area, but like the side, so that plastic that runs along the side under the window, and there was a spray pattern of some sort of liquid across the plastic.
And when you say spray pattern, what are you talking about?
It looked like some sort of liquid had been sprayed on it and dried. I couldn't tell what it was, so I did all kinds of photos and testing for it to figure it out.
State's exhibit number 2G, what are we looking at here?
This is just me stepping back a little bit so you can see where I was, because that closer up photo, we could tell that we were looking at some plastic in the car, but couldn't really tell where we were. So this is just, we call this more of a mid-range photo. It pulls us back a little bit so we can see that we're in the trunk. If you see all the way to, when you're looking at it to your left-hand side, that's the opening of the hatch.
Now, Ms. Brager, did you have the opportunity once again to go and conduct a forensic review of 1835 Beach Parkway Unit 303?
Yes, I did.
And were you there with a detective by the name of Bryce Bearman?
Yes, I was.
Were you tasked with obtaining some of the doing what's called a trash pull at that location?
I was not at that location for the trash pull. I took custody of it when they brought it back to the station.
So Detective Bearman would have brought the trash back to you?
Yeah, they brought it back and put it in evidence, and then Bearman and I went through the trash. I took custody of it from the evidence department, and then Bearman and I went through the trash bags.
And did you collect any items from those trash bags?
Yes, I did.
What did you collect?
Several pieces of mail were collected that had the name of Barry Schmalbach on them. I collected a packaging for a hand trolley that had silver duct tape pieces stuck to it. Also had white, almost like Lysol wipes on them. Can't say that they were Lysol wipes, but that's what they appeared to be, some sort of cleaning wipe. I also collected a July 2023 calendar sheet. It was like from a big calendar, the big large piece of paper. It was folded up and in the trash.
Is there also a cell phone case that was recovered?
There was a piece of a cell phone case recovered.
And did you take photographs of those items?
Yes, I did.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel previously marked as case exhibit number 48, 48A, 48B, 48C, 48F, and 48G. As D and E are in evidence at this time, Judge. approach?
You may.
Spray drum hand used and produced and marked as state exhibit number 48, 48A, 48B, 48C, 48F, and 48G. Ask that you take a look at those items. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are the photos of the trash and the trash bag contents that we found of interest from that trash pull day.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict that was provided to you on that particular day?
Yes, they are.
Judge, state move state exhibit number 48, 48A, B, C, F, and G into evidence at this time.
All right, any objections?
Brief for Dyer. You said those show the trash bags that Detective Bearman brought to you?
That I took out of custody from evidence. So someone brought them to the evidence department, submitted them to evidence, and then I signed them out from evidence, took custody of them.
Okay, and then, I know what, maybe where they're purported to be from, but do you know where the person that put them into evidence got them from? Like personal knowledge, or?
I was told from the condo complex, the dumpsters that are at the condo complex.
Okay, and then after you pull them from evidence, you just know that's what you took pictures of there at Cape Coral Police Department?
Yeah, they were stored in our garage, that was secured and locked down to only evidence. So I took pictures of all of the contents that they pulled, and then these images are the specific contents of interest.
Okay, all right, no objection to the photos.
All right, be admitted.
Thank you. Commissioner Polishek.
You may.
State's exhibit number 48. We're looking at some trash.
Yes.
And State's exhibit number 48A, what are we looking at here?
That was one of the pink bags that were in that pile of trash that we found to be of interest. We opened all of the trash bags and went through all of them, but this one in particular had the piece of the plastic phone case in it.
And is this an up-close photograph in State's exhibit number 48B?
Yes, it is.
And did you ultimately take what's called a lab photograph of this particular item, which would be depicted in 48D?
Yes, sir.
And then this is the other side of 48D, which would be 48E?
Yes.
What are we looking at here at 48C?
That was another item of interest that was found in one of those pink bags. This is the red hand trolley packaging, like the cardboard packaging that's on there with the duct tape pieces and the fabric cleaning wipes that were attached to the duct tape.
And then 48F?
This is a piece of paper that was found in one of those bags also for a Home Depot credit card.
And then the other side of that?
It had Barry Schmalbach's name on it.
Now, when you were at 1835 Beach Parkway, did you also collect a iPhone 14 Pro Max at that location?
Yes, I did.
And who did that particular phone belong to?
I believe it belonged to Christopher Davis. It was on the countertop right when we walked in, next to his wallet.
And you ultimately also collected that phone case, is that correct, from the trash?
Yes, I did.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing you it's previously marked as State's Exhibit number 49 and State's Exhibit number 53. May I approach?
You may.
Sprague, I'm showing you some previously marked as State's Exhibit number 53, as well as State's Exhibit number 49. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those items?
49 is the piece of the black phone case that I collected from the trash. It has my name on the seal, or sorry, on the sticker. It also has my name, my 4-digit, and the dates on the seals. And then exhibit number 53 also has my name on the front label and my name and 4-digit and date on the seal.
And are those items in substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw them?
Yes, they are.
And at this time, Judge, the state will move State's exhibit number 53 and State's exhibit number 49 into evidence at this time, Judge.
All right, any objection?
Voir dire. So what's in 53? What's that purport to be?
53 is the iPhone 14 Pro Max from the kitchen counter of the condo.
Okay, and that's the item you yourself collected and packaged?
I collected it and submitted it to digital forensics, but yes, it wasn't a package. I have it sealed with my 4-digit and my date that I sealed it.
Okay, and then 49 was a piece or part of the black phone case from the trash bags you got it out of there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then that's the one, you don't know who got it and placed it into evidence?
I took custody from evidence.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Judge, no objection to 53, we object to 49, that's chain of custody.
All right.
State's exhibit number 49, one and the same that you took a photograph of that's currently in evidence?
Yes.
And that's just the actual physical case itself?
Yes. So it's almost like if I were to take a gun with ammunition in it, but I need to separate the ammunition from it. I take the ammunition out and put it in a separate bag. It still came from the same area. It still came from the same person. So this, we call it making a baby. I essentially made a baby from the trash because I'm not going to put all of that food and all of those, our waste products into evidence. Only the items of interest.
So the item of interest that you actually pulled from the trash, the actual case itself that you photographed, that's the actual case itself?
Yes.
Any further objection?
Nothing further, just.
All right, it'll be a minute.
At this time, Judge, the state will respectfully request Ms. Brager to open those two items.
All right, does she need gloves or anything?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Do we have scissors also?
And there's scissors. Do you need scissors?
Yes, please. Thank you, sir. Would you like me to open both of them or just one of them?
Both of them, please. Now, Ms. Brager, I ask you go ahead and hold up State's exhibit number 49. And is that one in the same case that you collected from the trash?
Yes, it is.
And was that one in the same that was collected from this particular pink bag that I'm displaying up on the screen here in State's exhibit number 48A?
Yes, it is.
And that's one and the same that's also that's depicted here in State's exhibit number 48B.
Yes, sir.
And that's one and the same that's here in 48D. That would be considered to be a lab photograph that you took?
Yes, sir.
and also 48E, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And 48A specifically is a pink trash bag that you noted
Yes, sir.
that it came from, is that right?
Correct.
Is that also similar with what we see here in State's Exhibit number 39B, as far as
Yep.
pink trash bag?
Yes, sir.
Relatively unique trash bag?
Those were the only two pink trash bags in the dumpster pull
From that location.
from that location.
Did you have an opportunity to examine that particular phone case?
Yes, I
Piece
did.
of a phone case?
Yes, I did.
And when you examined that particular phone case, did you compare it with the defendant's phone, which is State's Exhibit number 53?
Yes, I did.
And do you have State's Exhibit number 53 before you?
I do.
Would you please hold that item up? Does State's Exhibit number 49, does that phone case fit on State's Exhibit number 53?
No, it does not.
Why not?
The phone is too large for the space in the phone case. And taking measurements, the phone is also too large for the space in the phone case.
So in other words, that case does not go to that phone.
No, it does not.
Now, Ms. Sprague, when you were at the residence there at 1835 Beach Parkway, did you see any cats?
Yes.
Okay. And what were their demeanors?
Calm, relaxed. I actually only saw the one. I was aware there were multiple cats, but I only saw the one laying out on the lanai watching us.
Did you see any harness?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any leash?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right. You may.
Yes. I wanted to go back to the fingerprints. When you're doing an examination, I guess of a known standard and then a latent print, are you looking for points of comparison between the two?
I'm looking for similarities of characteristics and dissimilarities of characteristics.
Okay, and then I just noted when picture was up of, say, the latent that came from the light bulb, and you were comparing it, there were all these like little dots or circles that are made on the photo. Where do those come from?
Yeah, those are during my analysis on the computer. We get to chart it out, and it's just a better way to represent what we're doing. So those are the areas that I found the similarities between the known and the latent print.
Okay, so do you first do it with the naked eye or magnification, or do you just start using a computer?
Now, all of our stuff goes onto the computer because our images are digital images. So if you were to print out the digital image, there's a way that if the format of the print, you could potentially take away some of the detail of the print because dropping it down to a compressed print. So we keep it as pristine as possible in the digital image as a TIFF file and bring it into the computer. And then obviously the known prints that I inked were physical prints, so I scanned those in as well.
Is there, do you utilize a software that then makes a comparison, or are you doing that yourself?
Yes, we have a software.
Okay,
The software does not do the comparison. I do the comparison. I'm doing a manual comparison.
okay, so you're not just relying on software to tell you the answer, you're comparing the two yourself?
Correct.
Okay, and then you're they're magnified or zoomed in when you're looking at them?
Yeah, we can enlarge them so that we can see the detail better.
All right, and then do you, like for the light bulb latent, Did you note how many points of comparison or similarity you found?
No, sir, I was unable to find any areas of dissimilarity.
Okay, is there, like, does your agency, do you have a minimum, like, number of similarities you look for or not?
No, sir.
Okay. And then you're just looking for dissimilarities?
I look for similarities, but I also look for those dissimilarities. If there's a dissimilarity, then obviously that's not the same source. If I only look for similarities, I'm gonna only see similarities. And that's not a great way to do fingerprint comparisons.
And do you note the similarities as far as how many? Is that what the little dots were?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and then do you stop once you get to a certain number of them, or do you just keep going and find as many as you can?
I find as many as I can.
Okay. And I counted up like 11 on the light bulb, Leighton. Is that 11 points of similarity you found?
What I noted on my comparison is what I found to be similar, and I've reached the point where I felt like that was, I didn't find any dissimilarities to say that that wasn't consistent with being Christopher Davis's print.
Okay, and then after you do this comparison and review, do you have someone else then verify your work?
Yes, I do.
I was gonna ask this, you said the one photo from inside the Jeep, it appeared something had been sprayed?
Yes, sprayed, and then it was dry. It was not wet when I was photographing it.
Okay, and then I know you can collect, like with a swab or something, but are you then able to, say, compare it to the chemical guy's new car smell bottle stuff? Or is that something someone else would have to do? To see if it's the same material?
I would need a different lab, or a private lab, or some lab to do that comparison. We don't have the capabilities at CCPD for that.
Okay. All right, and then the cats, do you know who removed the cats from there eventually or not?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
Any further redirect?
I have no redirect, Judge, thank you.
You may step down. Is she released?
Excused.
Any objection?
No.
You're also released from your subpoena.
The evidence, what would you like me to do?
The state will collect the evidence, give it to the clerk.
Yeah, can I have another set of
Anybody
gloves?
else?
I took my gloves off, sorry.
And ladies and gentlemen, just before we go further, I did just get an email. There is a building downtown that is scheduled for demolition, and you may hear a boom. Don't be alarmed, that's what it's for. So,
The next witness is probably gonna be about an hour.
okay, this might be a good time then, and it's 20 minutes after 12 to break for lunch. Again, if you're downtown, it's the old News Press building that they're apparently going to be demolishing in a few minutes. So it may have already happened, it may not, but I just thought I should let everybody know so you didn't get alarmed by it. So we will be breaking for lunch. Please remember my earlier instructions. Don't do any research, look up anything or discuss anything about your services as a juror in the case, and we'll have you come back at 1:30. All right? With that, the bailiff will escort you out. Just leave your notepads there. Thank you. And just wait for them to get out.
No problem.
approach Madam Clerk for one piece of evidence?
Yes. So for the record, the state's president, defense counsel, and defendant are present. I think we're just waiting on one co-counsel for defense. Just wait on Mr. Redding.
Yeah, he was here.
Okay. Might have. Here he is. All right. I believe we got all the jurors back.
Sure.
All right.
You're on for a moment.
Yep. Mr. Miskovich?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then let's bring the jurors back. Hands, was there anyone on the jury who was not able to follow the court's earlier instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discuss anything about their service as a juror on the case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. State can call their next witness.
They call Jackie Fordham.
All right. If you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
All right, you can take a stand.
May it please the court?
All right. Yes.
Please state your name.
Jacqueline Fordham,
And Ms. Fordham, where do you work?
the Cape Coral Police Department.
What are your duties at the Cape Coral Police Department?
I am the supervisor of the forensics and the evidence units.
That sounds really cool. What is that?
So I manage the forensics unit, which is our crime scene investigators, which also includes latent print examiners and digital forensics examiners. The evidence unit is the evidence storage area within the department for all items of property evidence, drugs, narcotics, and we maintain chain of custody within that area.
So you're in charge of any sort of like cell phones or a pickaxe or anything like that, they may come into evidence.
Eventually, once it gets into evidence, then it would be in a division that I supervise, yes.
And how long have you been with the Cape Coral Police Department?
I was hired into the forensics unit in March of 2007 and promoted to supervisor in May of 2021.
And what sort of training do you have or experience to be in the forensic unit?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Criminal Justice Studies from Florida Gulf Coast University. I'm also a certified crime scene investigator through the International Association for Identification. And I'm also a certified digital forensics examiner through Cellbrite. Cellbrite is a world-renowned digital forensic software company who not only provides software, but also training for that software. In my 18-plus years, I've probably got several thousand hours of training in the classroom between crime scene investigation, digital forensics examinations and investigations, as well as advanced photography, latent print processing, lab processing, and then obviously as a supervisor, leadership roles in training.
What is forensics exactly?
It's kind of a broad stroke for the study of. It can be the study of, for me, crime scene investigation or digital forensics. You have forensic odontologists, which are dentists that study the teeth and for us relating to death investigations. You have forensic pathologists, which are your medical examiners that look over a body once it is deceased and determine cause of death or try to determine cause of death. So like I said, it's just a broad umbrella of certain niches within the scientific community.
Now, you said something called digital forensics. What is that?
Digital forensics involves the study of or the examination of multimedia devices, cell phones, tablets, computers. It can also include internet investigations, social media investigations. So pretty much in our world, in my world, it's going to involve the examination and data extraction for digital devices. So your cell phones, computers, tablets, those kind of things.
So if I was to give you my cell phone, could you walk the jury through what you would do with my cell phone? May I approach?
Yeah.
And for the record, I'm giving the examiner a pink cell phone.
So once the cell phone comes into my custody, we would document chain of custody, whether that's from the owner of the device directly to me, or if somebody else has seized it either from a crime scene or from another person and is bringing it to the digital forensics lab. That paperwork is signed, they sign it, I sign it, and then our investigation begins. Cell phones, or any device really, are photographed before as they are. A lot of times we will remove the case, and that's because sometimes we have to get directly to the buttons or the ports that are there, and cases can inhibit that sometimes. But also people like to put things behind their case, their driver's license, money, things, mementos or something like that. So sometimes things are actually in there that either are important to the case, important to the owner of the item, or could potentially be dangerous to us, like baggies of drugs. So we'll remove the case, document anything that we see. Is it cracked? Is there something written on it? Is there a significant number, whether it's serial number, IMEI, make, model, those kind of things, as well as the color that we're dealing with.
Connor, may I approach now, since she's talking about a different part, and retrieve my phone and give her state's evidence 53?
Yes.
Do you recognize state's evidence 53?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a previously sealed Cape Coral Police Department evidence envelope that on it has my name, initial, and signature as well.
And with that particular bag, is there a cell phone that later became known to you as being owned by Christopher Davis, the defendant in this case?
Yes.
And what else is in that bag?
May I look? Thank you. So inside of this bag is the phone itself, as well as the case, which is actually a two-piece case.
Okay, if you could pull out the phone in the case, it's already been moved into evidence, the state's 53. Now, you were saying to the jury that you would remove a case from the phone. Based on the phone that's in front of you, it has no case on it now, correct?
That is correct.
And with that particular phone, you said there was a case. Is there anything that is identifiable at the outside of the case?
Yes.
And what is identifiable?
There is what I would call an address sticker. Like you put on an envelope, it's got your address pre-printed on it. That is on the outside of the case.
You're under permission to approach.
You may.
the whole thing.
And this is the outside of this phone case?
Yes,
And this was the phone case that was attached to Mr. Davis's phone?
correct.
And with regards to this label, what does it say?
It's a little bit worn, but it says Mr. Barry Schmalbach, 1835 Beach Parkway, apartment 303. That area of the city and state is a little worn, and then 33904 for the zip code.
And this was where the cell phone actually was taken off the defendant, was at this address?
I believe it was collected from within the condo. I don't know that it was taken off of his person.
May I approach?
Yeah.
And the condo address that it was taken out of is the exact same condo address that's on the label, correct?
Yes.
And what type of phone goes to that particular phone case?
The phone case itself, I don't know. There's phone cases can fit multiple different makes and models of similar phones itself. So I can't specifically say that this case would only fit one type of phone.
What type of phone was it holding?
An iPhone 14 Pro Max.
And can you walk the jury through what you would do once you take that phone case off with that particular phone?
Yes. So again, it's all documented before we attach it to our forensic machine. The detectives generally will give us some information about the case or specifically what they're looking for, if it's known. We always ask if we have the passcode given to us, because it is very rare to get a phone into a digital forensics lab for a case that doesn't have a password on it. Most people have passwords on their phones. For this particular case, I was provided the password for the phone. It was correct, so I had opened it up and I had full access to the device. It is then connected to our forensic machine, which is in our digital forensics lab. They are off-network computers that only do digital forensics examinations. The software that we use, dependent on make, model, and version of the device that we're looking at, is opened up, and then it will try and connect to the device. Depending on security features and whatnot that are on the device, we may have to troubleshoot some issues. If not, then the next process is pretty seamless. The software will acknowledge the type of device. It will ask us again to put the passcode in case it needs to bypass any other security features within the operating system of the device. And then it will image the device bit for bit. So it will, if we have full access to it, which I did for this device. So it will go from the very beginning sector to the last sector and try and collect as much data as it can. That would include the normal type of data that everyone uses on their phones, text messages, phone calls, internet history, photos. But it's also going to look for any deleted data or any hidden files. It's going to collect application data from within applications, not just that are stored on the device. And that process can take however long it takes. It's generally a few hours to image an entire phone, especially larger devices like iPhones. And then once that is completed, we will then download that full data extraction. It's just one big giant file, and then load it into a software that will parse out that data. So it will make a package for us that clearly states, these are the text messages, these are the phone calls, here's the internet history, here's maps, so that we can more adequately search for exactly what we're looking for or narrow down the evidence that's presented to us.
So basically, you're making a book out of a cell phone.
A digital book, yes.
And what are the two softwares that you usually use for this particular program CCPD uses?
The main softwares that we use for cell phone data extraction is a software that's called GrayKey, and that again is an imaging software, and also Cellbrite, which I mentioned before is what my certification is. Cellbrite will also image the data, but it will also ingest other data from things like GrayKey and parse out that information for us.
And what's the difference between Cellbrite and GrayKey?
They're the same but different, if that makes sense. GrayKey predominantly puts most of its research behind Apple devices, iOS operating systems. Cellbrite has been around much, much longer. I believe We initially got certified in Cellbrite in 2010, 2011, and have had it ever since. So they do the same thing, they just have different corners of that field that they operate within, but they do talk to each other.
So they basically are holding hands, giving you a report.
Correct.
Now, with regards to those two programs, are they considered the better of the programs for cell phone downloads?
Yes.
And were you made aware of that cell phone being part of a missing persons case or homicide investigation?
Yes.
And with regards to that particular device, what did you do when you got it? You went through all those steps of plugging it in and getting an actual report out of it?
Yes.
And you received the device from a Casey Buckner?
Correct.
And she was the individual that just testified before you?
Yes.
Were there any other devices that you were given?
Yes.
And what other device were you given?
I was, prior to examining this iPhone 14 Pro Max, I was given 2 other iPhones from a different subject. I also was provided a iWatch that was collected during the time of the seizure of this device specifically.
And did you end up finding out that the other cell phones that you received were from an individual by the name of Miguel Blanco?
Yes.
And he wasn't a suspect in this particular case, was he?
Correct.
But you still did a download and researched what his phone had done to be able to extract messages, phone calls, information related to this particular matter.
Yes.
With regards to the watch that you received, can you describe that watch for the jury?
It's a black and silver Apple iWatch with a black band.
And may I have one moment? Your Honor, may I approach to receive State's Exhibit 39?
You may.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Evidence 39B.
All right.
Is this the iWatch you were given?
Yes.
And are you aware of how an iWatch works?
Yes.
How does it work?
It can work independently or in sync with a cell phone. Typically, iWatch is going to go with an Apple iPhone. If they are synced together, data that's present on the watch will show on the phone and vice versa. You also can sync them together to the same iCloud account, which means data from the watch will additionally be backed up to the iCloud, as is with the phone itself. They also can work independently of each other. So if you have an open network payment plan and you're paying for your watch so that it can work independently of your device, meaning you don't have to carry that cell phone with you to have capabilities of your network connection to whoever your service provider is, you would have to pay an additional subscription fee. And then that means that even if you don't have the phone, the watch will still be able to connect to the network. It will be able to send out texts, receive calls, and then also have data backed up to the iCloud account that it's connected to.
In this particular case, were you able to ascertain based on cell phone records, which for the record would be State's Exhibit 56 as well as 55, that the cell phone did in fact have a cell phone number attached to it? The iWatch, excuse me.
Yes.
And was that number 239-299-6184?
Yes.
Now, the best way to explain it is if it's Wi-Fi or cellular, if it's working with a line. Is that accurate?
Well, they both would be cellular if they have independent phone numbers and the person is paying for that two separate lines. You're basically paying for two separate lines to be connected together.
So if you didn't have a cell phone plan, it would just bounce off of Wi-Fi.
If it was connected to the Wi-Fi,
And this particular watch was connected to a cell phone.
yes.
And the watch was also connected to an iCloud account, is that accurate?
Yes.
And was that iCloud account later became known to you as being Barry Schmalbach's?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain what type of iPhone that it was connected to?
I believe Mr. Schmalbach's iPhone was an iPhone 12.
Do you remember getting information that it was an iPhone 13 Pro?
It's possible. I would have to specifically look at the records with these devices.
But you never received an actual phone from Barry Schmalbach, correct?
I did not.
There was a phone case that was found in the trash, correct?
I came to know that, yes.
But you never were able to recover, or nor were you handed Barry's iPhone 13 Pro.
No.
And the number for the phone was 708-341-0721?
Yes.
And you were able to review the cell phone records for that particular phone number?
Yes.
And were you also able to review the defendant's cell phone records in this case for 239-851-9567?
Yes.
Now, with regards to the watch itself, were you able to pull anything off of the watch?
I was able to review the data manually, but not connect it to a forensic machine like we would be able to with a cell phone.
Why is that?
There's no port on an iWatch to actually connect to that forensic machine like there is on the bottoms and sides of cell phones. So a logical extraction, which is what we call kind of what you see is what you get, would be all that would be possible with the physical device itself.
And when you were reviewing the iWatch itself, were you able to pull out any information from it?
Yes.
What were you able to pull out?
So doing a manual review, we do an overall inspection of the device, and then every screen that we go to is then photographed. So all of the data that was recovered from it is in a photograph of the screen of the iWatch. But there were calls present, you could see text messages. There was user information of who the iWatch belonged to, what the number assigned to it was, the serial number, as well as other applications that are on that device itself.
Did it actually give you biometric information, such as walking, steps, heart rate, anything like that?
It was very, very minimal what was able to be observed on the watch, and it wasn't in an area that I would expect it to find if I were to just take somebody's iWatch right now and go through it, in the biometrics that track your steps and how many flights you go up or how many calories you have. There was some recovered data within, I can't recall, but one of the very deep down in one of the apps, but it wasn't really significant to show recent activity.
And do you know why that may be?
I don't know.
So somebody could have deleted it, it couldn't have saved, it was never on?
Object to speculation. She said she didn't know.
Your Honor, based on her training and experience, I can rephrase.
Okay, let you rephrase.
Based on your training and experience as doing digital forensics and being familiar with an Apple iWatch, are there a multitude of reasons why this information may not be available?
Yes.
And what are those reasons?
It could not be activated. Somebody could not use that specific app within the device to track anything. It could have been reset. It could have been deleted, or it just could never have existed in the first place.
And because you don't have a plugin, basically, you don't have that information.
I wouldn't have a way to recover it if it was recoverable.
In this particular case, were you able to review Barry's records as well, which would be his cell phone records, State's Exhibit 55? Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
Yes, I was.
And with regards to Barry's records, were you able to review kind of a timeline, the 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, etc.?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you find out about the 19th of July 2023?
There was limited data with regards to information being sent from the device after that date.
And when you say limited information, that's based off of what?
The call data records that were given to me.
That also includes text messages, data usage, anything that's going out of the phone. You're seeing nothing going out of it after this date?
Correct.
And you're only seeing, I guess, phone calls in or text messages in, correct?
Yes,
And you never were given Barry's iPhone?
I was not.
Were you made aware of Barry's iPhone ever being recovered?
I was not.
Were you able to tell that he was messaging certain people at like 7:06 p.m. on the 19th based on the phone records?
Yes.
And that he made his last call about 8:19 p.m. based on the phone records?
Yes, I believe that is the time.
Do you know what a ping is?
I do.
What is a ping?
A ping is what we refer to as a location of something happening on the device or where the device is located.
And was there a ping done on this particular phone?
Ever?
Yeah, on this one for the 19th through 24th date of July?
Yes, I believe that that coincides with the information from the 19th on as well, the location information.
And so with regards to the ping that was done after the 19th, there's no other information?
Yes, that's true.
And the last time any data usage was on this particular device, based on what you were able to ascertain on the phone records, was at 9:32 p.m. on the 19th of July?
Yes.
Now, do you see any sort of calls coming in that made you question what was going on between the 19th to the 24th, 25th?
Yes.
And what were those?
There was a change in pattern with regards to how the network was reporting out the data on the 19th and before, and then post the 19th.
So if I pull open states 55 and go to page, I guess I can pick any page. Let's just pick page 7 for mobility. Is the weird pattern you're talking about this section?
Yes.
So we see, for example, originating number, terminating numbers, kind of bouncing back and forth. What is the pattern that you're seeing over and over again?
So you'll see where it kind of has a break, and then you'll see 2 tracking notes, then a break, 3 tracking notes, then a break, 3 tracking notes. So if you look above that, they're all in line with each other. They're tracking through as if there's no interruption to what is happening during that time.
And what does this F mean?
Forward.
So what are these phone calls doing if somebody is calling into this number on the 23rd, for example?
They're being forwarded to a different line or a different account.
So could you say that they're bouncing between a watch, a cell phone, no one's answering, and then it's going to be forwarded to a different number?
Yes, more than likely forwarded to voicemail.
And that would be what this VM means, correct?
Yes.
So this is a multitude of calls that are coming to this number, and they're all being forwarded to a voicemail.
Yes.
And that begins on what date?
It begins after the 19th.
So earlier in the 19th, you actually see there's connections and phone calls that are going through.
Correct.
Later on is when you see the Fs.
That is correct.
And you said the last text was sent out about 8:30?
Yes.
So there were no texts sent from this cell phone number after 8:30
Correct.
on the 19th?
Yes.
So if there was a text message purporting, based on your training and experience working with digital forensics, if there is a text message that is supposedly coming from this phone number, based on having the actual cell phone records, could that text message have been sent at 9 o'clock on the 19th?
Can you repeat that
Yes.
question?
Sorry, that was
Sorry.
confusing. So basically, because you have Barry's cell phone records, and you know that the last text that was sent from the cell phone record was at 8:30 p.m. on the 19th. If I, for example, was to text Barry's phone, it would show as today's date with a response. If he texted me back and it said Barry's phone was texting me and it said today's date on it, would it show on his records based on the information we have?
If you had the phone and you sent it, yes, it would show up on the records.
But there's nothing after 8:30 on the 19th.
Yes,
So any text messages that were sent and purported to be Barry's did not come from this phone number.
based on the call detail records, correct.
Okay. And were you able to also process the defendant's phone, which is states, I believe, 53, which is up with you? And you were able to run the software reports that you had mentioned?
Yes.
And what was the phone number associated with that particular device?
239, I can't recall.
It's okay. Were you able to look at cell phone records for that particular device as well?
Yes, from the device itself and records from the network provider.
And the network provider was AT&T, is that accurate?
Yes,
And this is the phone number that's associated with that particular device?
yes, it is.
239-851-9567?
Yes,
And that is an iPhone 14 Pro Max, is that accurate?
yes.
Was it synced to any sort of iWatch or any other device, that particular phone?
Not that I was able to ascertain.
And what did you use to do the software extraction on that?
The initial data extraction was done using Gray Key, and then that data extraction was loaded into Cellbrite and reviewed via Cellbrite.
And you said the Cellbrite is basically a report that's kind of like a book. It has the table of contents and you can go into each one.
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm now showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification purposes as state's proposed exhibit 40 as well as 40A.
You said 40 is a composite?
It'd be 40 a composite and 40A a composite.
Okay.
If I can have a moment with opposing counsel as well.
You may.
Approach the witness.
You may.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes what's been previously marked as state's proposed exhibit 40, a composite, and 40A, a composite. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And those are part of a report that you were able to do on this particular phone, correct?
Yes.
And it's because the report is much larger, it would be very voluminous.
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to the software, are these, that report that was pulled out, are these fair and accurate depictions of what was ascertained from the cell phone when you pulled the information out?
Yes.
And that information helped you to be able to follow a timeline of what the defendant's next steps were?
Correct, based on the cell phone extraction.
And it gave you search histories?
Yes,
It also gave you text message histories?
it did.
And the text message histories assisted you with showing a pattern or type of behavior with regards to the sender or the recipient?
Yes.
And it gave you identifying information to be able to tell who may be sending those messages based on the actual language and punctuation used.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 40A, a composite, and 40.
Any objection?
No.
Be a minute. Be a minute.
And in this particular case, you said basically it's a book, so it gave you an outline of kind of events to follow, correct?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, I'm gonna be publishing 40. And just because many people have never seen this before, so I'm gonna have you kind of walk me through what this is. So this is just your first page, correct?
Yes.
And what does this give you?
This is kind of like a table of contents. It's like who the author of the book is and what was done with it. So the top part is a summary. It's going to list the associated Cellbrite version number that it's running, because like any software, it's going to update, so it reports that out, as well as the date of the report creation and the time zone. Down at the bottom of that top part, you'll see my name as the examiner, and then Detective Bearman as the investigator. And then the notes section, if we're doing multiple data extractions, or it's an update, or there's many devices with a case, we'll put notes in there to specifically draw our attention to what it is for that. So in this case, this was the report created after the full review on August 5th, 2023. The second part, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
The second section is the source extraction. So this is going, again, to go into more of the data and operating system of Cellbrite itself. And then at the bottom is device information, and that is the device that's being examined. So the iPhone 14 Pro Max, it's going to give any information it's able to extract. That could be IMEI numbers, serial numbers, assigned phone numbers. Has it ever been backed up? When was the last backup? Any users that are attached to that account, time zone, as well as other identifying numbers that reference either the make and model of the device or where it came from.
Okay, so you're able to find out that this device was assigned to a Christopher Davis, the phone number assigned to it, as well as any sort of email accounts or saved password accounts throughout it as well.
Yes.
And then you mentioned sometimes there's deleted items,
There can be.
and when it says deleted, is that stuff that you were able to recover?
Yes, that's what we classify as recovered deleted data.
Is there sometimes data that you're not able to recover?
Absolutely.
Does it tell you if there's data that you're not able to recover?
No.
Now, with regards to looking at July 19th, were you able to review his cell phone search history from this device, him being the defendant, Christopher Davis?
Yes.
And do you know what type of search engine he was using on the cell phone? for that?
Primarily Safari.
Okay, and what is Safari?
It's the internet search engine attached to Apple iPhones.
And are you actually able to pare down the report from certain dates? So you're not looking at 5 years of history, you're looking at just a specific set of history.
Yes, Cellbrite allows us to go in and do filters. You can filter by certain phone numbers, dates, times. You can search specific words or characters, and it will search either the section you're looking in or the entire download itself.
You downloaded the entire phone, but you specifically searched conversations between Mr. Schmalbach and the defendant, or anything that happened during the time period in question.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what is in page 40A composite, and it's labeled 281. Is this show a browser history for a search that was done on that particular phone?
Yes.
And what is the date of the search?
July 19th, 2023.
And the time?
The one you're pointing at is 9:21 p.m. and 49 seconds.
And then there's another one at 50.
Yes.
And what is the search for?
Walmart near me.
And is that the last search that is done by Mr. Davis on his phone before the 20th of July?
I'm not sure.
So if I gave you page 280, which has already been moved into evidence, We see that the next search he does is Powerball winning numbers. Is that accurate?
That's the last one in this report that was tagged, yes.
And it goes 280 to 281, so it would follow the fact that they're with each other.
Yes.
And this shows that he searched on July 20th at 2:06 a.m. the Powerball winning numbers.
I believe the one you're pointing to is not on the screen.
Oh, I apologize.
It's okay. Yes, 2:06 and 55 seconds a.m.
Okay. And then we start looking at Airbnbs at about 3:39.
Correct.
And do we continue looking at Airbnbs until about 4:05 that morning?
Yes.
And where do you remember the Airbnbs looking that he was searching for?
There were specific searches done for Lehigh Acres, Florida, Clewiston, Florida, Cape Coral, Florida, and I believe Bonita Springs, Florida as well.
And that was at that time, correct?
I don't remember if it was specifically, but during the device review, those areas were searched.
Okay. So for this particular day, for example, we see a multitude of pages showing different areas, all on Airbnb.
Yes.
And for the record, these are all in 40A, which is a composite ranging from page 273 to 279. And that stops approximately 4:05 a.m. that day?
Yes.
Airbnb, have you ever used one?
I have not.
Are you familiar what they are based on being in forensics?
Yes.
What are they?
They are rental properties, houses, condos, timeshares that an individual owns and rents out for short-term rentals.
And you're also able to see that he ended up calling Barry a few times as well because he gives you outgoing calls.
Yes.
But Barry never calls him back.
Correct.
In fact, Barry never responds to anything that Christopher sends him after the 19th at 8:30 p.m.
Yes.
And did he make any other calls that morning from his phone that you found to be interesting?
Yes.
And was that a phone call to Discover Credit Card?
Later, I determined that it was Discover credit card.
And I somehow misplaced it. 272, 269, 278. Okay, and that is this number at the bottom, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what time was that call placed?
At 4:47 and 52 seconds a.m. on July 20th, 2023.
And were you part of a search warrant that was done on the property on July 24th, 2024?
Yes.
And you, being the forensic supervisor, have been able to review different photographs in this particular case with regards to items that were photographed or researched while in said condo, car, etc.?
Yes.
One of them being a Black Hawk Discover Card wallet?
Yes.
Or sorry, Discover Card that was found in a wallet?
Yes.
And with this particular card, there's always a phone number on the back of the card, correct?
Yes.
And the card was found in Christopher's wallet, is that accurate?
That is my understanding.
And the phone number that he called was 1-800-347-2683, which corresponds to the same phone number on the back of this card.
It does.
And this card was for a Barry Schmalbach?
Yes.
And that particular call, do we know what the duration ends up being? Oh, probably help if I have it then.
It's 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
So it was more than just a phone call and a hangout.
Yes.
And does anything else happen after the Discover call is made that spiked your curiosity?
Yes.
And And what was that?
There were several other calls outgoing to what became known to me as Mr. Schmalbach's phone. And then multiple other text messages and conversations as well as internet history.
And one of the internet searches that was done was repairing a phone, correct, or screen?
It was.
And it was done a few times, the first time being the 20th at 5:35 a.m., as well as the 20th at 5:35 a.m. too.
Yes.
And the next event we have is him searching Home Depot near me at 11 a.m. The 20th?
That's 8 a.m.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, 11 a.m. and 28 seconds.
And being part of forensics, you are aware that different video evidence was obtained in this particular case with regards to the actions of the defendant through the 19th through the 24th.
I am aware of that, yes.
And do the timestamps with regards to searches match up to the times that he was present on or about those particular establishments? For example, he's searching for Home Depot and then there's a video within a couple hours of that particular Home Depot.
Yes.
And when you, Christopher's phone was collected, as you have in front of you, there was no damage to the screen?
No.
And what you saw in states 39D, there was no damage to the iWatch screen?
There was not.
And for the record, that's 39D. And Barry's phone was never recovered, correct?
That's correct.
But a cell phone case was recovered in the trash on the 24th that matched Barry's, that would have fit Barry's iPhone.
I am aware of that, yes.
And you said that he did different searches. So we have him searching Lowe's at 8:13 a.m. Is that accurate?
Yes.
We have him doing more searches for multiple Airbnb rentals. And ultimately, he does a location search for the 138 Southeast 30th Street address. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that was for an Airbnb condo?
Yes.
And that particular condo, not you, but Cape Coral was able to pull a video of that particular establishment with the defendant, that particular address, the defendant is seen going to, or somebody matching the defendant's description is seen going to in a video.
That's my understanding, yes.
And did you notice anything else that he does with regards to his search history on that date, the 20th?
Yes.
And what does he do?
There are several internet search histories and then conversations as well with regards to meeting up with somebody.
Do you also see a search history for something called Sniffies?
Yes.
What is Sniffies?
Sniffies, I came to learn, is an internet dating application.
And he actually uses that particular search multiple times throughout the 20th to the 24th when the search warrant is obtained, correct?
Yes.
And does it come to a time where he ends up doing searches for cabins in Bonita Springs, Ochopee, and Clewiston?
Yes.
Do you know what Ochopee or where Ochopee is?
I do not.
Do you know where Clewiston is?
I do.
Okay. And with regards to Clewiston, have you been out there before?
I have.
How would you describe Clewiston to someone who's never been there?
There's pretty much a main city center, lot for city shopping would occur. And then the outlying areas are mainly farmland, so very large, vast areas, long roads with minimal things on them, wide open spaces.
Have you ever been out to an area called Montura?
Yes.
And how would you describe Montura to the jury?
It kind of backs up to one of those large open areas of farmland. It's a semi-residential community within the Montoro classification, with houses dotting some roads that are paved, some that are dirt, some are way down on a dirt road, others are, a few on each one. But it's a smaller area within that larger area.
And did you end up finding out that he being the defendant, ended up booking an Airbnb out in Montura?
Yes.
And did you discover that based on him using the Airbnb app?
Yes, and conversations and emails with regards to it.
Okay. And one of the saved passwords he had on his phone was for a Tyler Gamble with a passcode that was attached and saved to the phone. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that's one way that somebody could log into an account is by, especially with an iPhone, doing like a Face ID or punching in a passcode.
If you had the account holder's username and password for that specific application or a website, you could log in with that.
And in this particular case, it does appear that it was saved to the phone, the username and password.
Yes.
And then he ended up calling multiple 800 numbers on the night of the 20th after doing multiple Airbnb searches.
Yes.
And were you able to find out that those numbers are corresponding to financial institutions?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Now, what happened with his digital footprint the morning of July 21st?
There were more location data and traveling with regards to his movement on that date.
And he starts looking at places in Clewiston at 6 a.m.
Yes, it was very early in the morning.
And it actually goes through for about two hours or so.
I would say that's accurate.
And then he ends up searching for an Airbnb and McDonald's.
Yes,
Or sorry, a McDonald's search and then an Airbnb search again.
correct.
Now, when you do a Cellbrite download search, are you actually taking pictures and is it recording different things if there was like a location that was searched?
What do you mean by
Like, will it give you a map?
It could.
And are you aware of if the defendant was ever able to map out areas in Clewiston?
Yes.
So, you said there was a main drag in Clewiston. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes, I believe that is what you're pointing to is considered, it's Route 27.
And there's the Walmart in Clewiston.
Yes.
Now, are you made aware that there was a video obtained from the Walmart in Clewiston?
I was.
Were you also made aware that there was an Ace Hardware search in Clewiston made off the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
And one of the images in the multitude is actually a picture just like this of an Ace Hardware and other places that the defendant searched within Clewiston.
Yes.
And beginning at about 8:02 on July 21st is when he starts looking at areas in Montura on his phone.
Yes.
And then at 9:13 on the 21st, it actually shows his phone being located in Montura.
Yes.
Does it ever show him doing a search for Devil's Garden Mud Club?
No.
And does he end up making another phone call at that point to a 1-800 number, which is another financial institution?
Yes.
And does it see him going to a strip mall that includes the Seacoast Bank?
Yes.
And you are aware there was a video that was obtained from Seacoast Bank in Clewiston.
I am.
And you see him also doing a search for Ace Hardware in Clewiston, as we stated before.
Yes.
Now, with regards to when he went to the Ace Hardware, he left approximately 11:30ish. Is that accurate, based on the video that was obtained from Ace Hardware by Cape Coral?
That's my understanding.
And when he left Ace Hardware, what, if anything, does his digital footprint show?
There's a few times or spaces of time where the data is very limited in regards to what I classify as user-created information. So phone calls, text messages, actual internet searches. You're still seeing information come through on the logs, but there's a drop-off in activity.
And what would that be indicative of?
It could be several things. It could be putting the device in airplane mode. It could be a loss of signal or partial loss of signal. It could be an interruption with the service to the device itself.
Or it could be turning the phone off itself.
Turning the phone off, you wouldn't necessarily actually see activity because the phone wouldn't be doing anything. But I don't know that it would be impossible for that to show.
So for a 3-hour period from approximately noon to 3 p.m. that day, we don't see any calls going out of Christopher's phone?
That's correct.
We see him answering any calls into his phone?
I don't believe so.
Do you see any texts going out of his phone?
No.
Do you see any texts coming into his phone that he reads?
No.
Do you see him using any sort of search engines or Safari websites during this time?
Not that would be user created.
And you end up seeing him ending up being closer to the Airbnb he rented in Montura when the phone starts not showing data. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then when it picks up, it's actually at the 1000 block of West Sugarland Road in Clewiston.
Right.
And then is there another time that his phone records end up kind of going a little less with user data?
Yes.
And what time would that be?
The evening of the 21st into the 22nd.
And that would be approximately 6:15 p.m. until 11 a.m.?
Correct.
And what, if anything, does that indicate to you based on your training experience with digital forensics?
Again, the phone could be placed in airplane mode where it's not receiving information from a network service provider. Could be a loss of signal, could be a bad connection, or it's just not being used.
Did the record show you that he was able to search anything during that time period?
Yes.
And what were you able to ascertain that he was searching?
There were internet searches for television providers. I believe Hulu was one. I believe Paramount was another one, as well as passwords or how to log into certain ones, as well as pornography websites.
And was he also searching for security cameras called Blink?
Yes,
And was there a search for the weather too?
there was.
And does he try to call and text Barry?
No.
And is he talked to anyone the next day the next morning, I should say, that you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you remember a phone number that you later became known as Miguel's when you did Miguel's download search with a back and forth text chain?
Yes, I
between
do.
him and the defendant?
Yes.
And based on that information, that started about 11:48 a.m.
Yes.
And he calls an LCSO number at 12:29 p.m.
He does.
And then he does not call Cape Coral Police Department until 13:19.
That is correct.
And that would be about a 24-minute difference between when he calls LCSO and when he calls CCPD.
Yes.
And those are the non-emergency numbers that you've been made aware that there was a call received by Samantha Drake, who is one of your dispatchers.
Yes.
And when you see that him and Miguel are communicating, do you see that his location at that time is at the condo address of 1835 Beach?
It is.
And there's over about an hour lapse before he contacts the LCSO, correct?
From the time that Mr. Blanco provided him the phone number to the call, about an hour passes.
And are you aware if he does any searches for different places within Cape Coral at that time?
He does.
And what does he search for?
I believe he searches for an Ace hardware store or hardware store near me.
And did you end up finding any video that you've been made aware of a Ace Hardware or any hardware stores where video was collected.
I am aware.
And that was prior to the defendant making a phone call to Cape Coral, non-emergency, or Lee County Sheriff's Office, non-emergency, based on timestamps.
The search was, yeah.
And were you able to find out if anything, what he did after he called the Cape Coral non-emergency number?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if he was doing online reviews for Airbnbs?
He did at some point on the 22nd, yes.
After the report, after he calls the non-emergency number for Cape Coral Police Department, does he ever try to contact Barry's phone number again?
No,
So no text messages to Barry's phone number,
correct,
no cell phone calls to Barry's number,
correct.
nothing at all.
That's my understanding, yes.
And when you look at Barry's cell phone records, which you were able to look at, do you see other people calling into Barry?
Yes,
You see other people texting into Barry,
I do,
but not the defendant.
correct.
Now, moving your attention to July 23rd, what is he searching for that interests you at this point?
There's multiple searches, again, for pornography, websites, sniffies, as well as communication with regards to meeting up with people.
And on July 23rd, does he start looking at safes?
Yes,
And do you remember what type of safe he was looking for?
Sentry safe?
And when you entered into the apartment, or the condo, excuse me, were you able to find any Sentry safes?
We did.
And what did you do with regards to the Sentry safe?
They were seized during the search warrant and transported back to Cape Coral Police Department.
You may have one moment.
You may.
Okay, I am showing you page 156 of State's Composite 40A. So we see a search at 3:35 p.m. on that date to Sniffy's, that's the dating app,
Correct.
and that was on Christopher's phone.
Yes.
And then you see at 3:49 p.m. how to reset Sentry Safe code.
Correct.
And Sentry Safe is the same type of safe that Barry owned that was in the apartment.
It is.
And did you end up finding out that he had purchased a Sentry Safe himself from Home Depot?
I was made aware of that.
And then he does another search a couple of milliseconds later on the same date. And then we see another search at 3:52. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then there's another search at 4:07. And what was that search for?
How to find a Sentry Safe's factory code and reset the combo.
You know how to reset a safe combo?
I know how to reset the safe combo on my safe, but not every safe.
Do you know how you would do it on a Sentry Safe?
I don't.
With regards to safes, if somebody is trying to get into a safe based on your knowledge and training and experience, what have you seen for somebody trying to break into a safe?
I can say from my experience and the amount of safes that we've taken from search warrants and crime scenes that we've never been able to bypass the lock. We've had to physically break it open to either open the safe itself or ascertain what's inside of it.
So when you say physically break it open, it could be something as simple as trying to get the actual panel off of a safe and reset something.
Yes.
And then we see more searches for safes, and we see it at Home Depot. We see a 1.2 cubic feet fireproof and waterproof safe with digital combination lock with an actual SKU information at Home Depot. We see Walmart. We see a Sentry Safe search at Walmart.
Object, is there a question?
Are those the searches that you see?
Yes.
And he repeatedly searches Sentry Safe near me.
Yes, and variations of that.
Were you able to find out that he actually called a phone number for Century Safe as well?
Yes, I was later made aware of that.
With regards to July 24th, were you able to follow a digital footprint with July 24th on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And what is he doing on July 24th?
Again, there's some pornography sites as well as searching up different salons in the area.
When you say different salons, what do you mean?
Nail salons as well as aesthetic beauty salons.
And Your Honor, may I have one moment?
You may.
Is he also doing searches for missing man or people missing in Cape Coral?
He does.
So when you say he was doing searches for salons, you're talking about multiple searches for Anna Therese Aesthetic Medicine?
Yes,
And he does that multiple times that day, correct?
correct.
For example, we have it at 7:17 a.m. and then it continues on, correct?
Yes.
Does he end up doing a search for a nail salon as well?
He does.
And later that day, his phone is seized by Cape Coral Police Department
It is.
and a search warrant is done and conducted.
Yes.
And this phone had no crack, screen, or damage to it.
The back of it has a surface scratch, but the screen itself is intact.
And none of the devices that you found or that were confiscated from 1835 Beach Parkway, Unit 303, had a cracked screen or a damaged screen.
None of them did.
Now, we previously discussed text messages that went back and forth and being able to pull out text messages too. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And with the multitude of text messages, did you notice a pattern or anything that was interesting?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
On and after, well, after the 19th of July, a pattern of punctuation was noticed with regards to text messages on the defendant's phone.
And when you searched for and looked through text messages, were you able to look through ones as prior as May?
Yes.
And you actually were able to find some in June?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm posting page 438. And it says, okay. And who's in green?
This would be from the defendant's phone, so green would be Christopher Davis's phone.
And then we see a phone number of 708-341-0721, and it says Barry. Is that Barry's phone number?
It is.
And you know this because you've looked at the actual phone records.
Correct.
And Chris says okay, correct?
Yes.
As in okay. He doesn't actually spell out the word okay.
He does not.
And Barry responds, I've bent over backwards for you and you cause drama, space, period.
Correct.
I want drama free. If you can't do it, then it's over, space, period.
Correct.
I love you, but I am not in this for your drama, with no punctuation.
Correct.
Should there be commas somewhere in that sentence, maybe?
Object outside her scope of expertise.
May I respond?
All right.
Or I can rephrase.
Rephrase.
Have you taken an English class throughout your life?
Yes.
And when you took an English class in high school, was one of the things they went through was how to prevent run-on sentences.
Yes.
Based on your search of the text messages between the defendant and Barry, would you characterize Barry's conversations with Chris as sometimes having run-on sentences?
Yes.
Does Barry, through all the messages you were able to review, ever use commas?
No.
Does Christopher use commas?
I don't know if they've, I'll take that back. I don't know that Barry ever didn't use commas, but his preferred method of punctuation based on the information that I reviewed was space, period, space.
And then we have another message, and it looks like this is 6:15 as well.
Yes,
And this would be from Christopher's phone, correct?
it is.
And it says, can you read that, or do you need me to?
I can read it.
Okay. What does that say?
Thank you. It says, I love you more than anything in this world, comma, and it feels like you're ripping my heart out right now, comma, but you're not gonna threaten to leave me anymore, Barry. I love you.
And what was Barry's response?
It's your insecurities and paranoia that will destroy us. Space, period, space.
And then we see another message from Barry on 6:15 at approximately 7:26. This is the month prior, correct?
It is.
And what does this message say?
It says, do what you want, space, period, space. I cannot do drama, space, period.
And so as you were reviewing text messages between Barry and Christopher, are there a lot of text messages about drama, insecurities with regards to Barry responding to Christopher?
Yes.
For example, there's one that says, I can't do this anymore either. Get on board or leave the ship, space, period.
Correct.
Now, with regards to a text message that was sent on 6/23/2023, this is Barry, correct?
Yes, it is.
And would you say that this okay is consistent with other messages from Barry that you've reviewed?
Yes.
He never spells out okay as okay, does he?
I did not observe that.
It's always spelled out O-K-A-Y.
Yes.
Who does spell out okay as okay?
Christopher Davis.
And at any point, does Christopher Davis ever actually spell out O-K-A-Y on any of the text messages you were able to review that were from his phone?
No.
So he always uses okay.
From the information I reviewed.
And this is just another message about insecurities and jealousies with punctuation being space, period, space.
That is correct.
And there's multiple times where we see Barry saying okay and Chris saying okay, and they're both spelled differently.
That is correct.
Now, we do see a text message, and this is on, what date is that?
June 22nd, 2023.
And approximately what time?
It was 10:11:44 p.m.
And it says UTC, so it may be 4 hours behind.
UTC -4 would be accurate to the time of 10:11:43.
So this particular message, what does it say?
The top one?
I apologize, the bottom one.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you block me, I will just call you from a different number.
Are you familiar with VIOPs?
Yes.
And what are VIOPs?
VoIP stands for Voice over Internet Protocol, and it can be used, or it's designed to allow a user to have a phone number attached to a device that may or may not generally have a phone number, so like your computer or a tablet, and you can activate, deactivate. Generally, it's pretty random. A lot of social applications also use them. They can be used to have different accounts or have to hide identity, but they're easily accessible. If you just search it on the internet, you can get them.
And I think you stated that the message about an Italian dinner came from a VIOP. Is that accurate?
That was made aware to me after the download.
And then we see Christopher again saying, okay, and this is on 7/17 at 11:03. And then we see Barry responding back, can't you track me on your phone, space, period, space, I swear I feel like I am being watched.
That is correct.
And that was sent on 7/17/2023,
Yes, at 11:03 a.m.
and that was 2 days prior to the victim ever being seen or heard from again.
Yes.
And you said that Chris was actually sending messages back and forth with someone, is that accurate?
Yes,
And this in green is Christopher's phone, correct?
it is.
And this shows a timestamp of 7/19/2023 at 10:50 p.m.
Yes.
And that would be accurate Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, it would.
And this particular screenshot is him responding to a text at 10:49, correct?
Yes.
So instantaneously at 10:50, he is responding to this text with what appears to be a picture of himself.
Yes.
So are you able to send pictures of yourself when you are asleep? Based on your knowledge of how cell phones work?
No.
Your Honor, may I have one moment? No further questions for this witness.
All right. Is everybody in the jury doing okay? Okay.
Let me ask you, there were some searches that dealt with, I guess, tablet or iPhone repair places,
Yes.
something of that sort. You would agree with me, places of that nature, they also can replace batteries?
Usually, yes.
Okay, so if the phone screen's not cracked or damaged, there's other things they could still do, maybe?
Depending on the make and model of the device itself, yes.
And then earlier in looking at the phone records, there were a couple areas where it indicated the call got forwarded.
Yes.
And so I guess if it goes to voicemail, is that your understanding it's gonna show it got forwarded from the phone to a voicemail?
Yes.
And then if somebody purposely went in and told their phone to forward the calls, and it would show maybe the call coming to the phone and then that forward thing to some other number?
If somebody set that up on their device to forward to another number, then yes.
Okay. All right. And then we've seen a number of the different messages and things on there dating back as far as June. Were you aware in the investigation of Chris's concerns that, I guess, Barry was seeing other men?
I was made aware of that information after the investigation, but I was not part of finding that information out.
Did you have anything to do with searches on Grindr or this Sniffy's website?
Objection, Your Honor. With regards to Barry, she's already stated she has no knowledge of that.
Oh, I'll let you answer the question if you can.
I never got Mr. Schmalbach's phone, so I don't know what his internet activity was with regards to those two applications you mentioned.
Do you know if the investigation, if there were ever records, I guess, that were obtained from Grindr or the Sniffy's thing?
I do not.
Okay. All right, and then, let's see, it came up at one point about Tyler's name being in there.
Correct.
And then, did you become aware Tyler Gamble is the brother of the defendant?
I was made aware of that.
Okay, and then, did you ever learn his mother's name is Dana Gamble?
I wouldn't have known that if you had asked me what her name was, but I'm sure during the investigation I was aware of it.
Okay. So Tyler wasn't like some made-up name by the defendant, it was his actual brother?
That is my understanding.
Okay. All right, and then you mentioned about periods where a phone, I guess, can show some activity, but it's not in the records, I guess, because one, you either turned it off, or maybe the battery died, or you lost signal?
Variations of what you just surmised.
Okay, so you, as you said before, Montura and Clewiston, that's a more rural area than, say, Fort Myers?
Yes.
Is it possible there's more gaps in cell coverage out there than there would be here in Lee County?
I don't know what the coverage is out there, sir.
Okay. But when you loss of signal, would that be akin to kind of like when you're, I don't know, you lose service and a call drops?
Correct, that's what I would refer to as a loss of signal.
Okay, maybe you're too far from one cell tower and you're not close enough to the next one?
That's a possibility.
Okay. And then that, you said before, could be a reason why there's a gap in some of the periods, I guess.
Well, just,
There was mention of like the 3-hour period where there wasn't any data, and you said loss of signal could be a explanation.
it could, but just because a device has signal loss doesn't mean it wouldn't be tracking activity on the device itself. The cell phone is a walking computer, basically. So even if you're not doing anything with the device and it's just sitting on a table, it's still having activity in the background that is traceable, whether it's from the network carrier or from the actual physical device itself.
Okay, and then if it's shut off or the battery dies, then it's still not gonna record things, or it is?
It wouldn't record or show that activity while it's turned off, but once the device is turned back on, all of the applications and information and connection is going to try and figure out what to do next, as computers do when you turn them on. So it may recover information that was either updated or changed within that digital world while the phone was off, and then just show it on the device once it's turned on.
Okay, and then just for your procedure with the phones, do you make a clone of the phone?
So the imaging of the device is what is done using either Gray Key or Cellbrite. So it does that image, and then we work from that image. So we don't clone the device in that we make a physical duplication of that device, like, and have two phones. We duplicate the data that's within that device.
Okay, so you take all the data and then place it in its own hard drive or something?
Correct, it's on our digital forensic server.
Okay, and then you make the Celebrite report from that data?
That's correct.
Okay. And then within that Celebrite report, you can go to specific areas, the text, photos, emails, different areas?
That's correct.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you. The state would release this witness and excuse.
Any objection? All right, you may step down and you're released. They'll collect the evidence or the bailiff will and give it to the clerk. So ladies and gentlemen, it's almost 3 o'clock right now. It's a good time to take our afternoon break. So I'll have you come back at 10 minutes after 3 o'clock. We'll be recessed until.
All rise.
Recess until 10 minutes after 3. Josh, did we get anything working out okay? Okay, thanks. All right. You all can be seated. Apparently they had a plumbing issue and they're working on it back there, so. All right, for the record, the state's president, defense counsel, and the defendant are all present. But it's okay if we proceed. I heard there was a pipe or something that broke or something.
They're cleaning it up, but it's not very
But it's from
well.
upstairs and,
Yes, sir.
okay, very well. All right, I think we're ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
We've got, we'll bring the jury back in. Is that okay with the defense?
Yes.
All right. Okay, state can call their next witness.
Judge, say we call Mr. Leon Giacchetti.
All right, sir. If you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may take the stand. Watch your step. You can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Leon Giacchetti,
And Mr. Giacchetti, where do you reside?
800 Homestead in LaGrange Park, Illinois.
Okay. And how long have you lived there, sir?
Oh, in that house in particular, probably about 15 years now, 20 years.
And did you know a gentleman by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
I did.
And how did you know Barry Schmalbach?
I grew up with Barry. I've known him for 45 years, maybe longer.
And how often would you say you've had contact with Mr. Barry Schmalbach?
Pretty often, almost every other day. Once in a while, if he was traveling, maybe once a week, but for the most part, it was multiple times a week.
And how would you communicate with Mr. Schmalbach?
Either calling or texting, for the most part.
And when you called Mr. Schmalbach and he wasn't able to answer, how quickly would he return your calls?
Within an hour at the most.
Okay, and with regards to his texting abilities, if you had to text and communicate with him that way, how soon would he respond to you?
90% of the time, almost immediately. Otherwise, it would be within an hour or two.
And did you know what Mr. Schmalbach did for a living?
Yes, he worked in the food service industry.
Okay. And what did he do for the food service industry?
He was a buyer for small wares, and he was a vice president of that particular portion, I believe, of the business at Restaurant Depot.
And did he have his own business?
He did.
And how long did he have?
SPG group.
How long did he have his own business?
About, I would say, 2 years. It was just starting to take off around the time that he disappeared.
And Did he reside up in the Illinois area near you?
He lived about a mile away from me, in Brookfield, Illinois.
And how often would you see him?
Every week, for the most, when he lived there. Probably more often than that even, depending on if he was traveling with work or not.
Did you remember what Mr. Schmalbach did when he moved down to the state of Florida?
He was, actually, that's when he was around the time he was trying to start his own business, and he was looking for a job in between, obviously. I know he took one job with an airline. It didn't work out, and then at that point, he decided to put all his effort into his business.
And is that how he started to make his money?
He just started getting larger orders where it was actually making money.
And how was Mr. Schmalbach with his money?
Very tight, I would say.
What do you mean by that?
I would say he was good with his money. He wouldn't just go out and flaunt it, if that's what you're trying to ask.
And did you come to know a gentleman by the name of Christopher Davis?
I never met Christopher Davis.
Do you know a gentleman by the name of Miguel Blanco?
I do.
And how do you know Mr. Miguel Blanco?
I knew of Miguel prior to going to Florida. I knew he worked at Restaurant Depot. He reached out to me because I was the emergency contact person for the owner of the condo that Barry was living in. That's how he was able to reach me.
So you were Mr. Schmalbach's emergency contact?
Right, I'm his POA,
What does that mean, POA?
power of attorney, if something should go wrong with him.
And was there anything going wrong with him at the time?
So I can tell you in November and December of '22, he had AFib. And my daughter and I brought him to a hospital. It was busy. We brought him to a minute clinic. They determined that he was AFib. They called an ambulance and that's when he was at our house visiting. So they brought him to the hospital. That week they determined what the problem was. They treated it with medication, and that was in October of '22. Or I'm sorry, November of '22. And then in December, they did cardio inversion, I believe. And that seemed to correct the issue with him having AFib, although he would have to remain taking medication for probably forever at that point.
What type of medication did he take? What kind of form was it?
The medication for his heart, for AFib, that was one. The other one was for psoriasis. He would inject himself with something. I couldn't tell you what that medication was, but it was for psoriasis.
Okay.
And it was doing a great job at eliminating whatever it was, the problem, the rash or whatever.
Okay. So he was feeling better?
Oh, much better.
And his health was improving?
Right.
Did Mr. Schmalbach take any steps in order to improve his health?
He did.
What did he do?
He was probably walking 5 to 6 miles a day, probably most of the week.
And how do you know that?
He would tell me. We went to visit him in March, and I couldn't believe how much better he was from prior.
When you say how much better, what do you mean?
Well, I would say he lost probably a considerable amount of weight, probably around 100 pounds or more.
Would it be fair to say he lost almost a person?
Right, I would say that.
All right. Now, as a power of attorney, sir, did Mr. Schmalbach also leave a will, and were you in charge of that?
Yes.
And as far as his financial capabilities and whatnot, were you also aware of those?
I believe he was paying his bills, although I haven't done anything since he disappeared. When I was working with Detective Bearman,
Yes.
they asked me not to do anything, just for the fact to show that nothing was going on. And I haven't done anything yet.
So anything with regards to any of his financial records, have you seen any activity since the
No.
July of 2023?
I did run a credit check for Detective Bearman, and I provided him with that, and it showed that nothing was obviously being paid. His credit cards were, it wasn't good at that point.
Now, would you call yourself a person of trust as related to Mr. Schmalbach?
I would, yes.
to such an extent where he actually, did he leave any type of, say, passcodes or keys or combinations?
So
to
I had the
anything?
combination and the key to his safe, which I provided a picture to Detective Bearman, I believe. I believe the battery was dead, and I believe they had to break into the safe.
But you're the individual with whom he left a key.
Yes,
He's the one who entrusted his will to you.
right,
You're the person who he has entrusted as emergency contact.
correct.
You're also the person with whom he's entrusted essentially his life as far as a power of attorney goes.
I would say so.
Did Barry have any future plans?
He did. He wanted his business to succeed, and that was his main goal at the moment.
Was there any indication that Mr. Schmalbach was suicidal?
Not at all. Never.
Was there any indication that he wished to disappear and just leave everything behind?
Barry would never leave.
Why not?
He was so close with, he was almost, I would say, a part of our family. My daughter's, it's his goddaughter, and he treated her like a daughter. So if you think about it that way, he would never leave my family. We were very tight. Barry would tell me everything. And if things were going wrong, I had an open door for Barry. I would let him in my house in a minute.
And he would always seek you out.
He would.
Now, you indicated that you had come to visit Mr. Schmalbach, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you visit him at the 1835 Beach Parkway condo?
I did.
Okay. And how did he keep his place?
Immaculate.
And are you also familiar with the vehicle that he drove?
Yes, sir.
And how did he keep that?
The same way. Barry was extremely clean.
And did he ever allow anyone else, to your knowledge, to drive that particular vehicle?
The only time I drove his vehicle is when he was drinking and I was the designated driver. So I don't drink.
And
Otherwise, I don't believe he would ever lend his car out. It was his only mode of transportation.
and would that also be considered to be his source of business, so to speak?
It was.
A representative of
Right,
him
exactly.
and his business?
Right. His phone, his laptop, those things were critical to what he was doing.
So, when Mr. Schmalbach traveled,
Right.
are you aware of some of the items that he would take with him specifically?
He always had his laptop, he always had his phone. When he started exercising, he always had his watch. He wanted to know how many steps he was doing every day.
Okay. So would he always take his wallet wherever he went?
His wallet, yes. He always had his wallet. He wouldn't, the only time Barry would possibly use a card, he always offered to pay for people's meals or dinners. He would never just offer anything up though. Like he wouldn't just hand them out or anything like that.
Now, did there come a point in time when you were asked to empty out Mr. Schmalbach's condo?
Yes. The owner of the condo was evicting Barry Schmalbach and Christopher Davis. So I spoke to him several times. Barry had paid his rent through December, and it was, I believe, a few months prior to that. And so I didn't have much time. His lawyers wanted him to just continue with it, despite the fact that Christopher Davis was sent back to South Carolina. So at that point, yeah.
Okay, and then after, when you went back to the condominium and to empty it out, how did it look?
It was a mess. I couldn't believe it. It wasn't the way Barry would ever leave. I took care of his house for 20 years in Brookfield. We went there in March. It was immaculate. There's no reason for his condo to be so messy.
Describe messy for us.
Messy would be anything out of place for Barry. I would purposely mess with him and move something, and he'd move it back.
Okay.
You know.
Were you ever asked to review a bank call?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that a bank call to PNC Bank?
Yes.
And when you listened to that particular bank call, were you able to discern whether or not that was Mr. Schmalbach or not?
I told them 100% it was not Barry Schmalbach.
And that's because you've known and spoken to and spent time with Mr. Schmalbach for over 40 some odd years.
Exactly.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, move across.
Good afternoon. It's Mr. Giachetti. Am I pronouncing
Giachetti.
that?
That's
Is that
correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Giachetti, you and Mr. Schmalbach had been friends for over 50 years. Is that right?
It's over 45.
45? Okay. To the point where you were the power of attorney.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you know the variety of medications he was taking?
I know he was taking Lipitor for a while, but I don't know what they were called, the other two. I knew of three. I mean, I know he was taking blood pressure medication off and on. I'm not sure if he was at the moment, and I don't know if that was part of the medication he was taking for his AFib or not, but I knew he was taking medication.
And AFib, is that a serious health condition?
It can be if you don't take care of it properly.
And you had mentioned a procedure, cardio inversion.
Yeah, so they shocked his heart back into rhythm and he was doing great.
Was there a cauterization involved with that by chance? Do you
I
know?
don't believe so.
So they just reset, I guess, the rhythm?
They just reset his rhythm, right?
Okay. Was there talk of him possibly needing a pacemaker in the future, anything like that?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, you also mentioned that you and Mr. Schmalbach talked almost religiously every day, every other day.
Yeah, quite often, unless he was traveling.
Okay. And were you aware that there were plans, I guess, around this time frame in July 2023 for Mr. Schmalbach to travel to California?
I knew about that, yes.
Okay. And so it was around that same time where, so it wasn't, I guess, it wasn't unexpected that he wasn't returning calls around that time frame?
I knew what he was doing, and yeah, there was a party going on at another friend that we grew up with at his house. I know Barry left that, he was supposed to stay, I think, 3 or 4 more days. He left early because he said that he had a lot of work to do with his business. So he left early and went home.
And so you were not aware of a romantic relationship between Mr. Schmalbach and Mr. Davis?
No,
Okay.
that
Now,
wasn't something that would ever come up.
it seems like Mr. Schmalbach, very protective of his personal life, is that correct?
I think most people are, yes.
Okay. But to the point where he wouldn't even speak with you or his other
I don't think he would
longtime-
tell anyone, and it didn't make a difference to me.
Okay. But you were surprised whenever you learned that Mr. Davis was living with Mr. Schmalbach?
I was shocked.
And why is that?
Well, there were cats there. Barry didn't like cats. The place was a mess. Barry would have not liked that at all. Barry wouldn't live like that.
Now, you had mentioned that you'd been to see Mr. Schmalbach in Cape Coral at the 303 apartment. When was the last time prior to May of 2023 that you had visited?
That was, I believe, February or March. I'd have to look. I'd have to go back and look, but it was not far prior to that. And the place was immaculate.
And did you visit sometime between May 18th, 2023 to, mid-July of 2023?
He was at our house for the restaurant show in May.
Around May 18th?
Right, around that time. I can't tell you the exact date, but he was visiting our house, going to the restaurant show
But he
at some point during that time.
made no mention of Mr. Davis having moved in,
No, and I didn't ask.
nor that there had been cats
just-
that had been moved in either. Now, you mentioned that, I guess, sometime later in 2023, you had to come down to help move Mr. Schmalbach's things out of the house.
Yes, sir.
And that was because he was being evicted early, even though the
Right.
rent had been paid up?
So I went, yeah, exactly. So the owner, his attorneys told him to continue with the eviction because he was afraid that Christopher Davis was going to go back in. So they didn't want to stop doing that.
And about what month was that in 2023?
I'd have to look. I think August, I'd have to look, like I said.
And the purpose of that eviction was because, I guess, Mr. Schmalbach wasn't allowed to have a secondary person living there, is that
For
right?
More than, I believe, 2 weeks or something. I'd have to look at the lease, but yes, it was because of that reason.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that Mr. Schmalbach had a will.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who the beneficiaries of that will
My
are?
daughter.
Your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I mean, I think it's well established Mr. Schmalbach's domicile was here in the state of Florida. Is that right? He lived here over 6 months of the year?
He had just moved here, yes.
Okay, so the will is governed by the laws of the state of Florida. Is that right, or you're not
I
sure?
would imagine, I don't know.
Okay.
We haven't done anything, so.
Did you have any conversations with the detectives about having to wait 5 years in a missing persons case before
No.
having a will done?
No, I haven't asked any questions.
Okay.
I wanted to wait until the trial was over and to see what would happen, to tell you the truth. I was asked not to do anything, so I haven't.
Okay, and that was by Detective Bearman?
I believe so, yes. And I have no interest in doing anything until we know what's going on, for sure. I know, but
Now, you mentioned it was rare for Mr. Schmalbach to let others drive his vehicle.
right,
The few occasions where you might have driven it was whenever you were the designated driver.
right.
Okay. Would it surprise you to hear that he let other neighbors borrow the car to drive him to the airport?
I mean, that's possible, to go to the airport.
Now, it seems that Mr. Schmalbach continued to drink alcohol after his health scare.
Yeah.
Were you aware that some of his medications might be affected by the use of alcohol?
I don't know what medications he was taking, so I couldn't answer that question.
Did you ever have concerns about his continued use of alcohol?
No. I knew that based on his medical history, his liver was perfectly fine.
Now, you mentioned a wallet, that he always had his wallet on him.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the fact that he had 2 wallets?
No,
No?
I don't believe so.
Okay. But he had lots of bank accounts.
Barry you're talking about bank accounts?
I guess bank accounts, credit card accounts as well.
So I can tell you why he had multiple credit cards, because he loved traveling.
Traveling.
And however he could get his miles, he was using different cards at different times based on how many miles they would give him at the time.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect?
Yes, Judge, briefly. Mr. Giacchetti, since July of 2023, have you seen Mr. Schmalbach?
No, sir.
Have you heard from him?
No.
Have you had any contact with him whatsoever since July of 2023?
No, sir.
No further questions, Judge. You may be excused.
All right. You may step down. And any objection in being excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
The state would call Christine Gleason.
If you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, you can take the stand. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Hi. Would you introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Christine Tulio Gleason,
And Miss Gleason, where are you from?
Chicago.
When you were in Chicago, did you know somebody by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
I did.
And how did you know Barry?
Barry was my cousin and my friend.
Your Honor, permission to publish states 1.
Okay.
What's the age difference between Barry and you?
Like 7 years.
Is he older or younger?
He was younger.
And being cousins, did you both grow up in the same area?
We did.
Did you guys see each other a lot?
We did.
Did you happen to work together ever?
I did. Yeah, he was my boss for a couple years. Yes.
How was that?
It was fun. He was a good boss. He was a great guy for that.
Well, knowing that he was your family, but also a coworker, could you describe how he would communicate with you?
We would talk every day, and if we didn't see each other in person when we weren't working, we would text or call, and we were in contact like almost every day for years.
And did that stop at all in 2023 before he went missing?
No, we still. I mean, he was a little busy at the end, but if he was busy, we always talked. We always will catch you later, or we'll call you at the end of the day, or so we always, if it was within a few hours, we would talk.
So it never went to a time over the last, I'm going to say, probably 50 years or so, that you haven't talked to him multiple times a week or every day.
Yeah, no. No, we were always close like that, so just to say hi.
Since July 19th, 2023, have you heard from your cousin Barry?
No.
Have you texted him?
I did. We did for a couple weeks and maybe a month, as long as we could.
And he never responded?
No.
Did you try to call him as well?
Yes.
Did he ever respond?
No.
Have you had the same phone number or been in the same area for years?
Yeah, my number's like 35 years. I've had the same number, yes.
And over 35 years of having that number, he still hasn't called you? How often would you guys see each other in person?
Well, when he lived in Brookfield, like at least once a week, or if I wasn't working with him, I saw him every day. But when I wasn't working with him, we'd get together for breakfast or lunch, or I'd go by his house. So weekly, it was.
And being a close family member as well as also a coworker, could you describe for the jury how he kept his car?
Immaculate.
You laugh. Why are you laughing?
No, because it was a perfect condition, and he always kept it clean and vacuumed and washed, gas. It was always nice.
What about his home?
As well as his house, it was immaculate as well.
Did you ever have a time where you were down here after Hurricane Ian?
Yes, yeah, we were at the hurricane together.
How'd that go?
Good.
Did you happen to do anything after the hurricane hit with Barry at that time?
Yeah, the next morning we got up and we were gonna go looking around to see what's going on, and his car was there, and but it was under a carport, and so it had so much debris, but there was debris on it, so he was like picking off the leaves, and we were driving around trying to find a car wash, but everything was gone.
So right after
Yeah.
the hurricane, his concern
Yeah.
was the cleanliness of his car.
Yeah.
So he wasn't one to have a speck of dirt on it.
No.
Have you ever had a chance to drive one of his cars?
No. He drove.
He drove?
All the time. He'd pick me up in the airport or drive everywhere, so yeah.
Do you know of him usually lending his car out to other people?
Never.
And when you were in his home, do you know if he had a safe?
Yes.
Do you know what kind of safe it was?
No, I thought he had two safes, but I thought he had a gun safe and a regular safe, but no.
And were you ever given a passcode for that safe?
No.
Do you know if he ever gave anyone a passcode? Do you even know what was in the safe? You're shaking your head.
Well, I thought he had some firearms in there and then some jewelry and money, so that I kind of knew.
Now, going along with money, did he ever give you a credit card?
No.
So, even though you're family, he never gave you a credit card?
No. He would give me cash or, be kind about that, but never his credit card.
Was he someone that you knew to pass out his credit card to people?
Yeah, no, he never did that.
How would you describe his financial situation with how he acted?
He was like, he lived pretty well, and he, you know, saved his money, and he was very generous and kind to everybody about that. But he, if you went out, you know, you could get whatever you wanted to order if he was treating, and, you know, was
Would
very
you-
kind to a lot of people, so.
Would you describe him as somebody, if you were in need of money, he'd give you cash?
Yes.
So he never gave you or anyone you know a credit card with his name on it?
No.
Over the past 50 years, if he had gone out of town, would he let you know?
Yes.
Do you ever know him to go to California?
Yes.
How about Wisconsin?
Yes.
Even when he was in California and Wisconsin, how did he communicate with you?
He'd call or text and tell me he's by the phone, or, you know, we at least text, or we talk at some point. If he was there for a week, we would talk a couple times, or just text me the weather, or what he ate, or what they're doing. So he always communicated, even
And Barry's particular phone number, the 708 number, are you familiar with that?
yes.
How long has Barry had that phone number?
He's had it a long time.
Okay,
I
so
don't
it
know,
wasn't a
10
new
years.
number by any means?
No.
Is Barry the type of person that would remember his own phone number?
Yes.
Barry the type of person that would remember his social security number?
Yes.
Being the fact that he had employees that worked underneath him, did you ever know him to have to fill out paperwork with his social security number?
Yeah.
Did he have to look up his number to figure out what it was?
No.
Did it ever take him a couple minutes to remember what the number was?
No, he had a good brain. No.
So it was real quick in a hurry?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with how much he traveled, did he ever change his plans and not tell you?
No.
So the fact that you haven't heard from him since July 19th, 2023, is that concerning?
Concerning, yes.
He hasn't tried to reach out to you?
No.
And how long have you lived in the same house that you're in now?
I've been there 10 years, but
And he's been to your house before?
yes.
And he hasn't stopped by to knock on the door?
No.
Now, with regards to Barry, and this is States 1, I see a cell phone in his pocket.
Yes.
Is that where that cell phone lived a lot?
All the time. Yeah.
When you say all the time, what do you mean by that?
Well, everywhere he went, you know, he'd always have his phone with him and in his pocket, and he had his pens, and he had his wallet. So even at the beach or wherever we went, he'd always have his phone.
Did you ever know him not to have a cell phone?
No.
Obviously, before cell phones became a thing.
Yeah. No, but he always had his phone. Yes.
Did you know him to have an iWatch?
Yes. He was brand new when he got it, so.
Do you know why he was using it?
For his weight loss, and because I had one, and we were at the beach, and he really liked it. Said it can go in the water, and then it helped him with his heart rate, and you know, when he was walking, so his steps. So he really used it for that.
Did he ever take the watch off, to your knowledge?
To charge it,
That's it?
yeah.
You know if he went swimming in it?
I want to say yes, because he realized that that it had the water feature on it, and he thought it would break, but he knew that it would be waterproof. So
So you told him that information?
yeah.
Did he have any family in town here in Lee County?
My dad, his
How
uncle,
old is your dad?
84,
And what's your dad's name?
Michael Tullio.
And does your dad still live here in Lee County?
He does. He's a snowbird, whatever you call it. He's back in Mount Prospect, but he's here like 9 months.
And during the 9 months he was here, what was his and Barry's relationship like?
Very close. They went to breakfast every week, so like every Saturday or Sunday they would see each other, and you know, invite my dad over, you know, him and his girlfriend for a holiday or for food, and Barry would stop by and see my dad every week.
So Barry's not someone to leave your dad kind of high and dry by any means.
No.
Has your dad seen or talked to Barry at all?
No.
Did Barry used to ask you how your dad was doing?
All the time, yes.
So he was real caring.
He was very, very caring.
Do you know somebody by the name of Christopher Davis?
I do.
Did you ever meet him in person?
No.
When did you first learn about Mr. Davis?
When he met him at the party, he told me about that. And then, I guess Christopher, when he moved in, we had talked, just on the phone. I'm like, who's that? And that's how we kind of met. But we were to meet Christopher like the next week after we didn't hear from Barry anymore. They were supposed to come into town and we were going to meet Christopher at a brunch.
So when you say he was supposed to come into town, Barry and Christopher were supposed to come visit you in Chicago?
No, I think he was going to see some work people and have a meeting and go to the Cubs game and, just have a real nice time.
And how did you know he was going to go to a Cub game and meetings, etc.?
He told me that, and he told me about nice tickets and, a nice hotel for Christopher to be on Michigan Avenue. And then I know Barry had some business meetings, and he was going to attend to those. And we were going to see him that following Sunday. I think he was supposed to be here for a week, so.
Did Barry send you all of his information about coming up to Chicago, such as the ticket information or anything like that?
No, I think we just talked about it.
But he talked about what he was doing up there and his
Yeah.
plans.
Oh, yeah.
Was he ever one to buy tickets to I think you said it was a Cubs game, but not attend?
No. He always went to games. I mean, Blackhawks games, Cubs games, basketball games, concerts. He never let the tickets go to waste. He would show up and be there.
Have you ever seen Barry sick and show up to a concert or a game or something because he had tickets?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, and he would go.
So he wasn't one to buy something and waste it?
No.
May I have a moment? No further questions.
All right, Cross.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gleason.
Good afternoon.
Now, you're the first cousin of Mr. Schmalbach, is that right?
I am, yes.
You actually helped him move it into the Cape Coral address back in 2022?
I did.
Okay. And it seems like Mr. Schmalbach, I mean, he led a kept his personal life private, is that right?
Yes,
Were you one of the few people he shared that sort of stuff with?
I was.
It seems like you were one of the few people that actually had heard about Mr. Davis prior to the July disappearance, is that right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the first time you had heard about Mr. Davis, it was kind of like on a phone call.
Yes.
Was it like you were introduced to Mr. Davis, or you kind of heard him in the background?
I heard him in the background, and I said, who's that? And he told me.
And that's also when you found out that he had actually had Mr. Davis move in with him as well?
Correct.
Was that surprising to you? That Mr. Davis had moved in with Mr. Schmalbach?
Yeah. Because they just met.
Had there been other boyfriends in the past that had moved in with Mr. Schmalbach?
Never, no.
I guess was it sometime after that as well that you learned that I guess that Mr. Schmalbach had also had the cats move in as well?
Yes.
Was that surprising to you?
Yes.
Did he have pets in the past, Mr. Schmalbach?
I know they had like a dog, or when he lived with his mom, they had a cat, but I mean, him individually by himself, no.
Okay. I guess there was also some talk about maybe after this Chicago trip, possibly buying a French bulldog.
Yes, yeah.
And that was, I mean, I guess the cost that was discussed was something like $10,000 for a
Yeah,
dog?
or it was like 1,500. I wanted to say, he said 5,000, but I think it was like 1,500. But it was more than you would think a dog would be,
I understand that. Now, I guess there was also some conversations you had with Mr. Schmalbach about doing some art for him.
Yes.
What was that about?
Well, he had asked me he had a friend who was going to start up a business, and it was supposed to be like a macho kind of guy who's smoking a cigar with a mechanic, kind of a feel. So, but he never really said for who or what or why, but.
So just some initial conversations.
Yeah, and I did it. I sent him pictures, so I don't know what he did with that.
Was it like, I guess like drawing?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, it seems like Mr. Schmalbach enjoyed traveling.
Very much so.
he was planning the Chicago trip in August, and then he'd also already done one back in May as well. I guess at some point between that, there was a trip to the Keys.
Yes.
And that was with Mr. Davis? Okay. And so this relationship he had with Mr. Davis, it wasn't quite like you had seen him have with other people, to your knowledge?
I've never seen him.
This was like a first, really. Now, were you aware of how him and Mr. Davis met?
Yes.
And that was, I guess, at a party of some sort?
Yeah, Cinco de Mayo party, I think it was, and he met him there and they just talked all night.
Were you aware that Mr. Schmalbach used other dating apps or anything like that during his relationship with Mr. Davis or before that? Okay. Now, you were also aware, I guess, of some of Mr. Schmalbach's heart health issues?
Yes.
Were those serious issues?
Yes.
Do you know the particulars of them?
No, but I know, he was hospitalized and, it was pretty serious.
Do you know how
A
long he
couple
was
times.
hospitalized for?
A couple of weeks. I think he was up in, by Chicago up there, I forgot one of the suburbs. And then, when he came back down here, he was readmitted.
And then he was continuing to take medication for that as well?
Yes.
Okay. But he kind of changed his lifestyle after that, I guess, walking 5
He
miles a
did.
day.
Mm-hmm.
But still, he would, to your knowledge, keep continuing to use alcohol, here and there.
Yeah, and he cut back a lot, because he was being healthier.
Okay. Now, you mentioned it surprised you to learn that Mr. Davis was using Mr. Schmalbach's cards. Is that right? But you had never really seen Mr. Schmalbach in a relationship like this before. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you so much.
No further questions, Your Honor. We would ask permission to release and excuse.
Any objection?
No objection.
You may step down and you're released from your
Thank you,
subpoena.
sir. Thank you.
State and call their next witness.
Matthew Shork.
So, can you all approach for just 1 minute? All right, if you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
You can take the stand.
May I proceed?
You may.
Would you please state your name?
Matthew Shork?
And Mr. Shork, are you a fertilize technician?
Yes, I am.
And were you fertilizing trees around the condos on Beach Parkway and Cape Coral on July 28th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
Did something cause you to look in a storm drain?
Yeah, I was walking over it and I saw I think it was an open wallet and there was a card in it, and that caught my attention. I looked in there and saw a wallet down in there.
Did you and one of the other employees lift the grate and take the wallet out?
Yes, we did.
And what did you do when you saw the wallet?
I looked through it. I looked at the name saw the name on the card, and pretty much just left it back where I found it on top of the storm drain.
And why did you do that?
I figured just I don't know. It looked like it was dirty, and I just figured it was, I don't know, just left it behind. It wasn't my responsibility to return, so I just left it where I found it.
And when you got home later that evening, did you see something that made you go,
Yep, yeah, I heard his name on the news, and then I called the police immediately and reported it.
You said heard his name on the news. Are you referring to Barry Schmalbach?
Yes, I am.
And you remember the name because you saw it in the wallet?
Exactly, yep.
Did you take anything out of the wallet?
No, I did not.
Did you move anything in the wallet?
Nope.
Your Honor, at this time, may the record reflect that I'm now showing opposing counsel as to mark for identification purposes the state's proposed exhibit 54, 54A, 54B, 54C, 54D, and 54E.
All right.
And this is down the street from 1835 Beach Parkway.
I believe so. It was at the site where I was working at.
And Your Honor, for the record, I already believe that 54D is an evidence. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now showing you it's marked for identification purposes as 54, 54A,
Yep.
54B,
Mm-hmm.
54C, 54E,
Yep.
and then 54D.
Okay.
Do you recognize 54 and 54A?
Yep, that was the tree I was walking up to fertilize, and happened to glance down in that storm drain and saw the wallet.
And this is the wallet that you pulled out of the storm drain?
Yes, it is.
And you left it open?
Yep, just right on top of the storm drain. Figured someone else would see it and return it, throw it out, something like that.
This is a fair and accurate depiction of the contents of the wallet and the wallet when you found it on July 28th, 2023.
Yep.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence States Exhibits 54, 54A, 54B, 54C, and 54E.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
So this is the storm drain and this is the tree?
Yep.
And when you were walking by, you saw a reflection of
I think it was that blue card. Yep.
this top card?
Yep. Or maybe the one right below it, the darker blue. Yep.
And this is 54C for the record, and there ended up being some sort of a document in it as well with a name on it that says Barry Schmalbach,
Yeah, I believe so. Yep.
and that's 54B for the record. And this was the storm drain that it was in,
Yep.
and you and another person actually lifted that drain
Yep.
up.
Yeah, we just kind of tilted one side up, but yep.
And then 54E was more identification for Mr. Schmalbach.
Yep.
No further questions.
Okay. You may cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Shork?
Yep, you got it.
I just want to make sure. Now, you were at 1722 Beach Parkway in Cape Coral.
Yep.
And so that was July 28th, 2023?
Yep.
And so you said it was just, I guess, you just noticed it down in the drain?
Exactly. I think it glanced down just because I was walking over top of it, just
And-
making sure I had footing or something.
Okay. And, I mean, did it seem pretty dirty though?
Yeah, it did.
Okay, but you thought maybe just to look down and try to get it, fish it out?
Yeah, exactly. I had another technician there with me on the scene, so I called him over, said, hey, let's try and grab this out.
And you guys were able to, I guess, get that drain cover off and
Yeah,
get down? and
yeah,
grab
we
it?
were able to kind of tilt it back.
Okay. And you were able to pull it back, you were able to pull the wallet out?
Yep.
Pretty dirty though.
Yeah.
Covered in debris?
Yeah, but I believe it was raining those days prior, so that's a storm drain. So there's probably debris going in there.
Did it look like it had, I mean, I guess it had seen a few days of rain then?
Yeah.
Objection, speculation.
Ooh.
And you said it's a storm drain, so it's connected to the whole storm drain network as well?
I could,
Not sure about that?
yeah.
Okay. But ultimately, you looked at one of the cards, or I guess whatever was on top, and you saw it was Barry Schmalbach?
Yep.
Full of cards as well? Mm-hmm. But you didn't really go through it?
Yeah, I just looked at a couple, saw they were all the matching name, and that was about it.
And you didn't notice any cash or anything like
Nope.
that? I think you had even maybe made a statement that, you know, if there had been some, maybe you'd taken some if there was?
Well, yeah, at the time not knowing the severity of it, but when I'd have called to report it, I would have mentioned that probably at that time.
Of course.
Just said,
But no cash whatsoever?
No, none whatsoever.
Just plastic within the wallet?
I believe, I mean, I didn't look through every little crevice of it, but yeah.
But I guess where the cash would be in that compartment empty?
Yeah.
Okay. And then so that same day later, you heard about Mr. Schmalbach on the news?
Yep.
And you called it in? And you're sure it was that same day?
Yeah, 100% sure.
Quite the
About-
coincidence though, right?
Yeah, about 4 hours later, I'd say.
Okay. No other questions, thank you.
No further questions. May this witness be released and excused?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. You may step down and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State and call their next witness.
Yes, Judge, say we call Miss Jennifer Monaco.
All right. If you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
All right. You can take the stand. You can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Jennifer Monaco,
And Ms. Monaco, where are you from?
Chicago, Illinois.
And what do you do for a living?
I work for Restaurant Depot.
What is Restaurant Depot?
Well, we have one in Chicago, New York, and California. So there's 162 different warehouses of Restaurant Depot across the United States.
And what is it?
We sell to restaurants, so it's kind of like a Sam's Club, but a Restaurant Depot. So we're not open to the public. So we sell product to your restaurants that cook your food and take your carryouts and stuff like that.
What do you do for Restaurant Depot?
I buy disposable products.
Okay. And did you come to know a gentleman by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
I did.
And how did you know him?
I worked with him. He was my boss for 10 years.
That answers my next question. So you've known him for 10 years? Or did you know
No,
him
I
before
started, I've known him before that. So I started with Restaurant Depot in 2006. Barry became my boss in 2010.
Okay, and how well would you say you knew him?
Very well.
And how did you communicate with Mr. Schmalbach?
Back then or now?
Both.
Okay, so back then, offices were right next to each other. I would go in his office, he would come in my office, telephone, email.
And now you would have called and emailed and texted and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did have an opportunity to call Mr. Schmalbach and he was unable to answer, how soon would he return your call?
Very quickly, if
And-
he ever not answered my phone call.
Okay. So if he saw that you were calling, he better answer the
Yeah,
phone?
Barry and I had a set phone call once a week. So on Wednesdays at 7 o'clock my time, 8 o'clock his time. He was my rise and shine phone.
And so that was that after he had moved down here to the state of Florida?
Yes.
And when was the last time you actually spoke with Mr. Schmalbach?
On the telephone, it would have been a week prior to the incident.
So a week prior to the 19th of July of 2023?
That is correct. So that Wednesday, I think it was the 19th, I text him and told him, which is our normal phone calls on Wednesdays, I text him and told him that I had my wisdom tooth pulled, if we can hold off on the phone calls until next week, but if you needed me, just email.
And was Mr. Schmalbach an early morning person?
Yes.
Okay. So is that the reason why you had the routine of a scheduled call every Wednesday to
Yes.
speak to him?
It's easier in my world, it's easier to have a conversation with somebody in the morning because by the time all the stores open, emails, phone calls were coming through all day. So the morning was the perfect opportunity to speak to me.
Now, when was the last time that you had texted Mr. Schmalbach, if you recall?
That Saturday morning.
Okay. Would that have been the 22nd of July of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you indicate to him?
If you don't answer my phone call, I'm going to file a missing persons report.
Did you?
I did not.
Were you familiar with Barry's phone and his computer?
Yes.
Okay. And how did Mr. Schmalbach go about with his phone and his computer?
His phone never left his side. His obviously, to do our kind of work, his computer is our number one asset next to our telephone.
Okay. So essentially his laptop was his work.
Yeah.
And he couldn't do it without it.
Correct. Or his phone.
His phone. Okay. And did you come to know a gentleman by the name of Miguel Blanco?
Do I know him personally? No, but I know of him.
Okay. Do you know a gentleman by the name of Tom Wilson?
Yes.
And how do you know those individuals?
Tom works for a restaurant depot.
And how long had you known Mr. Wilson?
I've never met him personally, but we do, since we work for the same company, so emails could be exchanged. So, but not well.
Did you all ever discuss Mr. Schmalbach?
Before or after?
Before?
No.
After?
Yes.
Now, did Mr. Schmalbach have any plans to come to the city of Chicago after the July 19th of 2023?
Yes.
What were his plans?
He had a restaurant show, so we were all supposed to go and have dinner. So there's still a group of us girls that still communicate with Barry, and when he comes into town, we all go to a restaurant and have dinner together.
And when were those plans?
August 3rd.
And did you know a gentleman by the name of Mr. Leon Giacchetti?
Yes.
And how do you know Mr. Leon Giacchetti?
He's very good friends with Barry.
So, when Mr. Schmalbach didn't return your call on the 22nd of July and then didn't show up in August of 2023, did that concern you?
Very much.
Why?
Because that's not Barry.
Okay. What do you mean that's not Barry?
That's not Barry's personality. That's not Barry's way of doing things.
Okay. What's Barry's way of doing things?
He would call you right back. He would communicate with you.
Would he tell you where he was going and when he was coming back?
Yeah, I knew when he was going on vacation. I knew when he would be back, when he would go. Yeah.
So since July of 2023, have you seen Mr. Schmalbach?
I have not.
Have you spoken to Mr. Schmalbach since July of 2023?
I have not.
Have you had any contact whatsoever with Mr. Schmalbach since July of 2023?
I have not.
No further questions, Judge.
Good afternoon, Ms. Monaco. So, I guess at the beginning of your and Mr. Schmalbach's relationship, he was your boss briefly at Restaurant Depot?
In 2010 he was, yes.
2010. And then at some point, he left left that company to start his own brokerage.
That is correct.
And he set himself up in kind of like a middleman between, I guess, Restaurant Depot and the restaurants. Is that right? Something like that?
A brokerage is somebody that he vendors out for a lot of overseas product, yes.
And once he moved to Florida, you guys still stayed in touch. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And it seems that you guys had the weekly call every Wednesday. And on July 19th, you had to reschedule that weekly call. Is that right?
That is correct.
I guess you were having your wisdom teeth removed. When did you guys have that call rescheduled to? Did you set up a date or just kind of leave it that?
We just left it for Wednesdays.
Okay.
Unless an emergency, then I would call or he would call, but
So maybe just skip that week and wait till the next week, that week in July. Correct. And then you mentioned that 7/22 you had texted him that if you didn't hear from him, you would file a missing person report. But you said you did not file that report?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I received a phone call that Miguel has done it, that Miguel contacted the police.
So you found out other information, other people had already done that. On these weekly calls, I mean, they were partly business, but some personal. Did he talk to you about his personal dating life, Mr. Schmalbach?
No.
Okay. So you had no knowledge of him dating Mr. Davis? You had no knowledge that Mr. Davis had moved in with him?
No.
You mentioned that Mr. Schmalbach was planning to visit Chicago, I guess sometime early August. Were you aware that Mr. Davis was going to be traveling up there with him as well?
No, I would not.
Were you aware of the heart issues Mr. Schmalbach had?
Yeah.
You're just aware, I guess, of ongoing heart issues and I guess, an ER visit a couple months prior to that?
Yes, and a couple of years before that, he had a heart problem where he was in the hospital for a week, so.
Prior to the most recent heart issue? Okay, so he had a long
He worked with
he had
us,
a long history of heart issues then. And it was after this most recent, I guess, period of AFib that he had a whole lifestyle change, lost the person, as they've been saying?
Yes, lost the whole person.
No further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Regret?
No questions, Judge, thank you.
All right. And is she excused?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Any objection?
No.
She'll be, you may step down and release from your subpoena. State and call our next witness.
Yes, Judge, the state would like to briefly call Ms. Casey Buckner-Brager.
All right. Any were previously sworn today, you can just take the stand. You're still under oath. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon.
Would you please tell us your name once again?
Casey Buckner-Brager.
And Ms. Brager, have you had an opportunity to become further involved in this particular case on July 31st of 2023?
Yes, sir.
What specifically were you tasked to do on July 31st of 2023?
I was asked by Detective Bearman to take the Jeep Cherokee that we had stored in our garage and put it into the parking lot area for a canine cadaver dog search.
And could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you went about doing that?
Sure. So typically, I don't get into the vehicles and drive them. We usually tow them, but for this particular situation, I needed to move it out of our garage that's been shut down and pull it back into the garage. So to do this, it's obviously a piece of evidence. I put a Tyvek suit on, which is those white suits that you see on CSI, fully to where it had a hood that had elastic around the face. I had a mask on. I had 2 layers of gloves. So I have gloves on that pair of gloves that go on first, and then the Tyvek suit goes on, and then a pair of gloves goes over top of that. So I'm completely sealed in. This Tyvek suit had booties for it, so my boots would go into that. I also put an extra pair of blue booties onto the bottoms of those boots.
Why would you go through all of that in order to move a Jeep?
I don't want anything that's on my person to be contaminating that Jeep. We had done multiple search warrants on this Jeep, Detective Bearman and I. I didn't want to take the chance still of contaminating or putting anything of myself into that Jeep.
And after you had gone ahead and done that and gotten the Jeep out, can you please describe for ladies and gentlemen how you performed this lineup or how this lineup was set up?
So Detective Bearman had some vehicles set up on one side of our parking lot and had an open space area in between a couple vehicles for me to park the Jeep into.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel some previously marked as State's Exhibit number 2E.
2 what?
E.
E.
May I approach?
You may.
Superior, I'm handing you with some previously marked as State's Exhibit number 2E. I ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize that?
That's where I parked the Jeep. It's the lineup between the other vehicles that Detective Bearman had set out for them.
And does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the lineup on July 31st of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would move State's Exhibit number 2E in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
So after you had gone ahead and lined up this Jeep and placed it in this particular lineup, what did you do next?
I stepped back to the side and observed the canines from Pasco County run their search.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right.
So that picture of the Jeep, where's the Jeep at? What parking lot?
It's in our secured employee parking lot in the backside of the police department.
So I know at one point the cars were real close together, and I don't know if photos were taken and K-9 did some things, and then the vehicles were spread out further, and another K-9 situation happened. Was that like after it was moved, so there was more space with the vehicles?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember where you initially pulled it being very tight with other vehicles?
I don't recall.
Okay, this was July 31st. When did you do this?
2023.
Okay, so it's 2 years ago. You forgot if it was in 2 positions or 1?
I don't recall, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right. You can step down.
That should be released.
That's to be released?
Yes, Judge. Thank
Any
you.
objection?
No.
All right. You're released for your speed.
Thank you.
State and call your next witness.
Judge, State would like to call Ms. Dina Hutchins.
All right. If you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
All right, you can take a stand.
What's your step?
Thank you.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
My name is Dina Hudgens.
And ma'am, where do you work?
I work at Pasco Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Pasco Sheriff's Office?
I am a senior training analyst with the K-9 unit.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Pasco Sheriff's Office?
I've been there since December of 2022.
And are you a K-9 training program manager for Pasco Sheriff's Office?
I am. I've recently been promoted to oversee the entire K-9 program for the unit.
And that's your job title and your responsibilities?
Yes, it is.
What training have you completed as a K-9 trainer and handler?
So I started training in 2001 as a volunteer. I continued as a handler until 2007. I became an evaluator for national organizations to provide mostly search and rescue, human remains detection, evaluations across the country, and starting in 2010, I was a trainer, and I've been a trainer since 2010.
And do you continue to train?
I do. I train both the handlers that I'm responsible for as well as my own dogs because I'm still operational for the sheriff's office.
And how often would you say you did that?
We train each discipline weekly at a minimum.
And do you have a K-9?
I do.
What are the functions of your specific K-9?
So the K-9 used on this case is a human remains detection K-9.
And is that the only discipline or the sole purpose for your K-9 is human remains detection?
Yes, that's correct.
And how long have you had this K-9?
I purchased him at 8 weeks old, and he started his training then, so he's been with me. He's now 5.5.
So did you specifically train this particular K-9?
I did. I trained him from start to finish.
And what does that training entail?
So when they first start their training, whether they're puppies or adults, we do something called imprinting. So based on what target odor they're going to be trained in, they are repeatedly exposed to it and rewarded for that particular odor. In the case of this dog, that would be human remains. As they progress through their training, we expose them to different environments and distractions that they may encounter during their operational lifespan and make sure that they are comfortable and capable of searching in those environments.
So his sole purpose is for human remains detection?
Yes.
Now, are there different stages of decomposition?
Yes, there are multiple stages of decomposition from somebody that is just become deceased all the way down to dry bone.
And has your K-9 been trained in each?
Yes, he has been.
Okay. And when and where did you receive that particular training?
So I conducted most of the training, but I also travel around the country to different workshops where I'm both an instructor as well as a handler participating in those. It's one of those things that it's an ongoing training for the life of the canine.
Okay. And how long was his specific training?
So he became certified just around his first birthday that was his first certification. So roughly 10 months between 8 weeks old and a year to his first certification.
Now, have you and your dog also received additional training since his initial training?
Yes, we're required to maintain ongoing training.
Okay. And how often do you train with your dog?
We train weekly, and then anytime we have the opportunity to attend outside workshops, we attend those as well.
You had discussed the fact that your dog was in fact certified. What is he certified in?
So he has, over the course of his career, been certified by 2 agencies, the National Association of Search and Rescue and the National NNDDA, which is the National Narcotics Detector Dog Association. Both of them are nationally recognized certifications.
Okay. And what is his certification for?
So NASAR qualifies it as human remains detection, and NDDA qualifies it as cadaver. It's just a different phrase for the same odor.
And how long is his certification valid?
For NASAR, it's 2 years, And for NNDDA, it's every year.
Now, are you required to do anything specifically to maintain that certification?
For the certifications, no. Certifications are operational tests on a given day, but through the agency, we are required to maintain certain levels of training.
And do you attend regular training sessions?
Yes, we're required to train weekly and meet minimum standards monthly.
Okay. And what are the average hours per month?
We try to average 16 hours at a minimum per month for each dog.
And did he perform successfully on the annual certification tests?
Yes.
And have you maintained that certification?
Yes.
And how many times have you certified with this specific canine?
For this canine, I've certified twice with NASAR and twice with NNDDA.
So, and is the certification for the handler, the canine, or the handler and canine team?
Both of us have to certify together. If he was to certify, or if he was to work with anybody else, he would have to test with that person as well.
Now, were you certified back on the 31st of July of 2023?
Yes, I was.
What else do you do to remain current in your specific field?
So I am both an instructor and student in online and in-person workshops across the country as well as throughout the agency at Pasco. And I am a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences Dogs and Sensors Board, where we set industry standards for all of the different odor disciplines.
And do you document all of your training sessions on training reports and keep those in a training log?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And do you document all your cases that you've worked in a reports log?
Yes, we do.
All right. What is your dog's name?
My dog's name is Indy.
Okay. And how old is he?
Indy is 5.5.
What kind of dog is he?
He's a golden retriever.
And why was this specific breed selected by and through you?
So we work frequently with certain breeds that exhibit the desires that we want out of a dog to use for detection. Retrievers, whether they're Labrador retrievers or golden retrievers, have a very high hunt drive. That's why hunters use them for different sports, and we just teach them what we want them to hunt for, whether it be narcotics, human remains, whatever it is. And they show those desires to go out away from the handler, willingly hunt and find an odor.
Now, is your dog currently in good health?
He is.
Was he in good health back on the 31st of July of 2023?
Yes.
And how long has your dog been working?
My dog was first certified right around a year old, and we started working cases after that.
So that's a little bit over 4 years?
Yes.
So have you been his only handler?
Yes.
Have you handled other dogs?
Yes.
And has this dog specifically had any problems during training?
All dogs encounter training problems throughout the course of their lives, especially during those early training sessions. That's what those training sessions are for. It's very common, and that's why trainers set up problems to address those things early on so that they don't continue, or that we can teach them what we want them to do versus what we don't want them to do.
Can you tell us a little bit about the conditions under which you train with Indy?
So it's important for us to expose the dogs to all the different types of environmental and distraction conditions that they might encounter on a real case. We try to do that in a controlled setting such as training so that we can address any concerns that we might have. Indy in particular, we weren't always here in Florida. We started our career in Ohio, so it's important to expose them to the different environments such as weather, heat, things like that differ by location, so you want to give the dog the opportunity to work in all of those different environments.
And are distractions included during the course of your training?
Distractions are a major component of training. We try to include odor distractions, visual distractions, and noise distractions.
May I ask why?
If the dogs aren't taught what is valuable and what isn't, they may have confusion on a real search. For example, people often ask us if the dogs will alert on animal remains. If you never train them not to alert on animal remains, it's possible. So we take a lot of time during our training to expose them to animal remains so that they are not confused between human remains and animal remains.
And what type of odors is your dog specifically trained to detect?
He is only trained to detect human remains, and that includes everything from blood droplets to an entire body.
Would you explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what exactly a search for a target odor means?
So target odor is what that dog has been trained for. In Indy's case, his target odor is human remains.
And can you also explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what exactly is alert behavior?
So alert behavior is those behaviors that the dog involuntarily performs in the presence of its target odor.
And what do you mean by that?
So for example, Indy in particular, if he comes into the presence of his target odor, human remains, on a search, he will usually give a head snap as he's moving towards the area in the direction that the odor is presenting itself. He will then bracket in towards the area where he's getting that odor from to try to narrow down the exact location. For him, in particular, he does a low growl in his throat. It sounds like he's excited, not an aggressive growl. The tail wag goes from a more parallel with the dog to a more to the ground to a more circular wag. Those are things that I can't train him to do. Those are things that he has exhibited in the presence of his target odor, and he does not show those combined behaviors in other situations.
Does your dog have what's called a passive or an aggressive alert?
He has a passive trained final response, which is different than an alert.
Can you explain for us what the difference is between the two?
So the trained final response is something that we train them to do once they've gotten as close as possible to their target odor. In Indy's case, that would be to bark.
And is a passive alert not destructive, and an aggressive alert would be destructive?
That's correct. Aggressive alert would be something like a dig.
And Indy does more of a passive alert, is that correct?
Correct. He will stand next to the target if he can get to it and bark.
Now, I specifically want to direct your attentions to the 31st of July of 2023. Did you have occasion to come down to Cape Coral for a vehicle lineup?
Yes, I did.
And how were you contacted?
I was contacted by Sergeant Maris Liebed from Cape Coral PD.
And what were you asked to do?
She asked that we come down and perform an exterior vehicle search with the human remains detection dogs.
And could you please describe for us how you went about doing that?
When we get a request for a vehicle search, we always request vehicles be included in a lineup so that we cannot have any preconceived notion of which vehicle is in question. We don't want to know which vehicle that they have involved in their case, and we ask them to put additional cars in a lineup, and we'll search the entire lineup of cars.
Were you made aware specifically of which vehicle was of interest in this case?
No, I was not.
So in this particular lineup, how many vehicles were there, if you recall?
I believe there were 4 in the lineup.
And how did you begin sniffing the vehicles?
So for me, for vehicle searches, if it's possible, I always start at the front driver's side of the car and go around it one full time and then change directions and come back around the vehicle a second time. And in this instance, I was able to get fully around all 4 vehicles, so that's the pattern I used, and I just so happened to start at the vehicle closest to where I was parked.
Was anyone around you when you were sniffing with the dog?
The sergeant was, and a few other employees from Cape Coral PD.
During the course of your sniffs, was the dog ever distracted from a search?
He was not distracted from the search. I did change from working him off leash to on lead because it was an active parking lot with people coming in and out in vehicles, and you can't point to the 4 vehicles and single them out. You have to manage the dog when there is a parking lot full of vehicles so that they're only searching the vehicles that you have been asked to search.
And did your dog alert specifically to a vehicle?
He did.
And which vehicle did he alert to?
Jeep SUV.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time, Judge.
So approximately how many times has this canine been deployed in the field, I guess?
This canine averages between 15 and 30 cases a year.
Okay, and then how many years now has he worked?
He's been actively working operations for 4.5 years now.
All right, and then sometimes do you get an alert and then you check the area and nothing is located?
So typically when we get an alert and it's not anything visible, it's not it then is reported to the agency making the request, and those individuals are the ones that do the search. So we are not even present sometimes when a search after an alert happens.
Okay, and then do you keep a log of false alerts and training?
We document all of the training that we do, including any problems that we have, as well as success.
Okay, and for this canine individually, had there been instances where you know there is not an odor of human remains and the dog alerted?
No, there has not been.
And then other times in the field when they alert and you can't visibly see anything, you're not able to verify if their alert is correct or not?
So for Indy, I have no searches where he has alerted and there has not been something found.
Okay. I mean an area where he alerts to a smell and then you look and there's not a body located.
Well, in this instance, we didn't have any information whether anything was found or not, but in other cases, you usually are there, the dog either finds a body or it doesn't. Sometimes in the instance of blood, you have forensics come in and look for and gather that evidence. So as far as exhibiting alert behaviors without having anything, I don't have any other times where that has been the case.
Would you have, you said, and there's nothing found, is it assumed that the smell is still there and that's what the dog's alerting to? Is that how you notate it?
That can be, but a lot of times, the majority of the work that we do with the dogs are areas where there is nothing. So you have no final response, you have no alert behavior, so that when you do see that alert behavior, there is some kind of odor, whether it's still viably there or not.
All right, and then also while the dog is, whether it's training or in the field, does the wind can carry smells?
Yes, there are a lot of environmental factors that affect how odor presents.
Okay. And in this situation, when you first came, he, I don't know if you call it deployed or went to work off leash?
Initially, he started off leash. I was concerned about safety. He's a very fast-moving dog, and like I said, there was vehicles coming in and out of the parking lot, so I chose to put him back on lead, which is a very common thing that we also do frequently. We want the dogs to be competent working both on leash and off leash.
Okay, and that, you said you put them on leash because of the location, an active parking lot?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you yourself, you didn't pick this location to do the search?
No, the only request I made was that they add additional vehicles not associated with the case, but where the vehicles were set up was not based on my decision.
Okay, and at one point, the vehicles are much closer together, and was that a search you did with the lead?
So I only did one search with the dog, and at that point, they were spread out enough that I could successfully work the dog around all areas of the vehicle.
Okay, and so was the first when he was off leash, the vehicles were too close together?
No, I did one search. I just paused after I initially released him off leash, and a vehicle drove in. I was not comfortable with him being off leash because the dogs are hunting for odor. They're not looking for traffic or safety issues like that. So I just paused, brought him back to me, put him on the leash, and restarted the search.
All right, and then did you record, or do you know if the others recorded this search take place?
As a civilian, I don't wear a body-worn camera, so I did not record the search.
Okay, and then are you aware the officers of the Cape Coral Police Department that were present were recording this search?
I am not aware if they were recording or not. They did not mention if they were.
Okay, and then you said the alert or the was it a head snap first and then a bark?
So Indy, when he went around the Jeep SUV, he focused on the rear part of the vehicle. He exhibited his alert behaviors across the entire back from wheel well to wheel well, and he barked at the back bumper of the vehicle.
Okay, and when he first alerted, was it at the wheel well?
He exhibited his alert behaviors on the wheel well, and I continued to move him around the vehicle, continued the search pattern, and he barked at the back of the vehicle.
Okay, and with a vehicle that travels on roadways, it's possible the tires can pick up odors?
I believe that if they would have run over somebody, it's possible that they could pick up a target odor for human remains.
Okay, and when you're training the canines initially, do you go out and source human remains, or how do you train them on that smell initially?
So human remains detection dogs have to be trained utilizing real human remains. We have working relationships with universities that have human donor programs that are gracious enough to provide training aids for human remains detection teams.
Okay, and then do you use various stages of the remains, as you said before?
Yes, we do. We include everything from freshly drawn blood down to dry bone with no tissue remaining.
Okay, and then after the alert at the end, is everything you're doing complete? And then you just report your findings?
So we continue with the search. We make note of which vehicle the dog gave his alert behavior and his final response on, but you continue the lineup. You don't just stop in the middle of the lineup. You want to continue until you're done with all of the vehicles that are included in the lineup. And then once I was satisfied that we had covered all 4 of the vehicles effectively, I reported my findings to the sergeant.
Okay, and before or after this particular instance, did you also conduct a search at an Airbnb in Clewiston?
We were asked to do that afterwards.
Okay, and at that particular location, you didn't get any alerts?
At that location, we did both an interior and exterior search of the property, and there were no alert behaviors or final responses.
All right, thank you.
Can you read Rick?
Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Is she released?
He is, Judge.
Any objection?
No.
You're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
All right, state and call their next witness.
Yes, Judge, the state would like to call Ms. Brittany Layton.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, take a stand. Proceed whenever you're ready.
Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
My name is Brittany Layton,
And, ma'am, where do you work?
Pasco Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you worked there?
January of 2017.
And what do you do for the Pasco Sheriff's Office?
I'm a sheriff's deputy.
And what do you, as a sheriff's deputy, do you have a specific duty?
I'm a canine deputy.
And what training have you completed in order to become a canine deputy?
Each dog that I've had to undergo a specific school with that canine to certify and learn that dog.
Okay. And do you continue to train?
Yes,
How often?
weekly.
And you currently have a canine?
Yes, I have two.
Specifically, I want to talk to you about a canine by the name of Phi. Okay? Is that the canine, is that one of the two canines that you have?
He's retired right now. I have two separate ones.
Okay. The canine that you had back on July 31st of 2023, who was that?
Phi.
All right. Now, what type of functions does Phi have?
Single-purpose human remains detection canine.
Okay. And is that his only discipline or sole purpose is human remains?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how long had you had Phi prior to July 31st of 2023?
We were partners for 1.5 years on that date.
Okay. And did you train with him?
Yes.
Okay. And what did that training entail?
So the initial school for me to certify with him was 2 months. That entailed me learning his behaviors, us bonding, me learning how to deploy him. We kind of went through the whole imprinting process with him, even though he was imprinted, just so that I could see it happen, and up until working full cases with him.
And is his whole training for purposes of human remains detection as well?
Only.
Only. Okay. Now, are there different stages of decomposition?
Yes.
Okay, what are those?
There's fresh, bloat, active decay, advanced decay, and dry remains, which is bone.
And had I gone ahead and trained in each of those?
Yes, that's part of their preliminary training.
Okay. And did you come to learn and understand what Phi's responses were to each of those stages of decomposition?
His alert behaviors are the same for all human remains.
And when and where did you receive your training?
Through the Pasco Sheriff's Office and in-house training.
And how long was that training?
2 months.
And have you and your dog Phi also received additional training since that initial training?
Yes, pretty frequently.
Okay. And how often would you say you trained with Phi?
Weekly in-house trainings, and then a few times a year going out of state, different locations, universities for trainings.
Now, you indicated that Phi was certified?
Yes.
And who is he, what does that mean for Phi?
That they complete a yearly certification test. Ours is through NNDDA, which is National Narcotics Detector Dog Association,
Okay. And what was his certification for specifically?
solely for human remains.
And how long was his certification valid?
They're valid for 1 year.
And what are you required to do in order to maintain that certification?
It's a certification test, so they have to undergo a test in every environment. So there's rubble, vehicles, indoors, outdoors, buried, water.
And did you attend regular training sessions with Phi?
Yes.
And what were the average hours per month that you had to accomplish that?
Minimum 16, but often more than that.
And did you perform successfully on your annual certification tests?
Yes, he's never failed.
And had he gone ahead and maintained that certification as well as you?
Up until retirement, yes.
And how many times had you gone ahead and certified with Phi?
We certified together as a team twice.
And was that certification for just you or just Phi or both?
We certify as a team.
And were you and Phi certified back on the 31st of July of 2023?
Yes, sir.
All right. What else do you do to remain current in your specific field?
We have the weekly in-house trainings, and then we also go out of state for seminars, and sometimes we host trainings at our own agency and bring trainers in.
Now, and do you document all of your training sessions on training reports that you keep in a training log?
Yes, sir.
And do you also document all your cases that you've worked in a reports log with FI?
Yes, sir.
All right. How old was your dog back on July 31st of 2023?
He was 7.
Okay. And what breed was FI?
He's a yellow lab.
Okay. And why was that specific breed selected by you?
Retrievers are bred for hunting. They are friendly. They work well with their human counterparts, so we kind of just tailor those genetic traits to locate what we're wanting them to find.
And was FI in relatively good health back on the 31st of July of 2023?
Yes, sir.
How long had FI been working?
He had been working for 5 years at that point.
Were you his only handler?
No.
Okay. And had you handled other dogs?
No, he was my first partner.
The first one. All right. Had FI had any problems during the course of his training with you?
Initially, every dog is going to have problems. It's part of the training process. At that point in his career, though, he was 5 years in. He's pretty seasoned, so a lot of those initial problems had been worked out.
And under what conditions had you trained with FI?
All conditions, primarily training in Florida, so all weather conditions in Florida within reason, not lightning or thunder. And then when we go out of state, we've worked and deployed in mountainous regions and other terrains.
Why is it important to train in different conditions with FI?
Because the dog could be deployed in those conditions, so we want to train like we would deploy.
Now, were any distractions included in your training?
Yes.
Okay. And what types of distractions were used?
Anything could be a distraction to the dog, but primarily odor distractions, visual distractions, toys.
And why use distractions?
Because the dog needs to understand that they're only going to get paid for locating their target odor, that nothing else gets them their reward.
Now, specifically, what type of odor was FI trained for?
Human remains.
And can you explain for us, when you talk about target odors, what do you mean by that?
So target odor, I'm referring to human remains, and he's been trained on human remains, trace amounts, anything from blood all the way up to full bodies.
And you indicated to us earlier that he had alert behaviors.
Yes.
What exactly are FI's alert behaviors?
So alert behaviors are the unconscious, the dog's not making a decision to display those behaviors. They are automatically a result of him being exposed to human remains after a number of repetitions. So when we see those behaviors, in instance to him, he gets excited, certain tail movements, he sinks in, bracketing, head snaps, those are the alert behaviors I'm referring to.
Okay. And what is a final response?
Trained final response is what we teach the dog. That is a conscious decision on part of the dog to communicate to us that he's in the presence of odor. It's the alert behaviors and trained final response are all a chain of behaviors that we take into account when deploying.
And can you explain for us, you indicated rewarding your dog for when he exhibits or it gives you a final response?
Yes, so the reward is what the dog's working for, essentially. In my dog's instance, it's a toy. He wants to play, so when we find human remains, he gets a party.
Okay. Now, did you reward dog FI when he got it wrong or didn't perform properly?
No.
All right. Why not?
You don't want to reinforce bad behaviors.
Now, were you specifically called to Cape Coral back in July 31st of 2023?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what you were asked to do?
We received a assist other agency request from Cape Coral requesting a human remains search for a case they were working.
Did you travel down to Cape Coral with another Pasco Sheriff's trainer by the name of Dina Hutchins?
Yes, sir.
Did you travel together?
In separate vehicles.
Okay. And when you got down here and you performed your, obviously, your search of the vehicles, did Ms. Hutchins go first or did you go first?
I went first.
You went first. And are you aware of whether or not Ms. Hutchins was aware of whether or not she watched you conduct your search?
I think she was behind my vehicle, so she wasn't supposed to be watching.
Do you know if she watched at all?
No.
Do you know whether or not her dog watched at all?
No, but I don't think the dog, that's not the same as the human.
Okay. What exactly were you told by the officer when you were tasked to perform the search of the vehicles?
We were told there was 4 vehicles in a lineup. They were placed in parking spaces and that they wanted us to do a human remains search on the exterior of those vehicles.
And how did you begin sniffing the vehicles, or Phi, for that matter?
So I conducted an off-lead search with him. So started him at the, I think, western end of the vehicle lineup and deployed him off-lead.
And did you give how did you begin the search?
He has a search command, which is search.
Okay. And how did you start after that?
So I did an off-lead deployment, so he's off-lead, he's not on his leash, and I give him, the search area is in a parking lot. We're told as humans it's 4 cars. The dog, you can't explain that to them, that it's only search these 4 cars. So he gets the command, and I have to guide him in the areas that I want him if he's getting out of reach of those, but that would just be because he doesn't understand.
So you have these 4 cars in this parking lot. He's off lead, and you go search.
And he automatically starts searching for human remains.
Okay. And you indicated to us he wasn't focused specifically on the 4 cars, but he was just searching for a target odor.
Yes.
During the course of this particular search with Phi, was he ever distracted from his search?
No, sir.
And do you normally train for this type of distractions? Any type of distractions?
Yes, frequently.
And you indicated during the course of this search, he didn't become distracted?
No.
And did your dog ultimately exhibit this alert behavior that you had previously described to us?
Yes, sir.
And upon which vehicle did he exhibit these alert behaviors?
The Jeep.
And did he ultimately give you a final response?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his final response?
He lays down.
Lastly, were you ever asked to go out to a residence out on Bold Cypress out in Lewiston?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us a little bit about that particular search?
I conducted a search with Phi both inside the residence and outside. He didn't give any alert behaviors or train final response.
You didn't broaden your search to the surrounding areas of that particular residence. You were specifically focused in on just the residence and that particular property. Is that correct?
The property, yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Judge.
All right, so let me ask, do you wear a body cam?
Yes, sir.
And then do you turn it on like when you come to another county and perform like a
Yes.
canine search? So you like video recorded what you did?
Yes, sir.
That day? All right, and in your first search, you had the canine off lead, and you have to pull him back toward the 4 vehicles, or you just started in that area and kind of stayed in it?
I kind of describe it as a dance. So the dog, they learned that we're a team. So he stays close to me, but if he's starting to get outside of the 4 cars, which naturally he's going to, it's a parking lot, I would give him verbal cues like back over here, something along those lines.
Okay, and then the final response was at a front driver's wheel well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then is it ever concerning when the alert is in an area like tires that, and the difference I'm trying to point out is when you're doing like a fixed fence-in yard, you have an area that doesn't move or pick up odors. Whereas you have a vehicle with tires, you have an area that can pick up stuff on roadways, numerous areas before it gets to that location.
Yes, sir, there's the potential.
Okay, so the dog could be alerting to something that was picked up on the tires when it alerts to a wheel well?
Yes, the dogs aren't case specific.
Okay. All right, and then did you have the Cape Coral Police Department folks, like, move the cars farther apart?
Yes, sir.
Is that because you thought they were too tight, or?
It was easier for me to maneuver through them as well as the dog, and then with me not working him on lead, he's further away from me, so it'd be easier for me to see him as well.
And so your second kind of go around our search, was that on or off leash?
Off lead.
Okay, and on that second one, you had no final responses?
No, but I did have alert behaviors.
Okay. And then you did a third search, but was that on leash?
I did transition to on lead at that point.
Okay, and then did that one kind of end with the canine's nose stuck in the grill of the Jeep?
Yes, sir.
So at the front where the engine is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and then you also, as you indicated, went out to 160 Bald Cypress and did the interior and exterior, and there were no alerts?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
Now, Ms. Layton, were you aware, or were you made aware of which vehicle it was that they specifically showed an interest in?
No, sir.
Okay. And could you explain for us why a dog would alert to one part of the vehicle and not another part of the vehicle?
It's really all dog dependent based on the dog. Each dog's going to have different thresholds. We train the dogs to try to trace back to the highest concentration of odor. But if it's a diffuse problem, there's the potential you may not even get a trained final response. You may only get alert behaviors. Based on particular areas of the vehicle, that's just going to be based on where the dog feels they have it the strongest.
And FI gave alert behaviors and a final response on the Jeep.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything else? All right, you may step down. Is she released?
Yes, Judge, thank
Any
you.
objection? And you're released from your subpoena.
The state would call Detective Bearman.
Okay.
$4, no, I'm just kidding. No more than 30 minutes or so. I'll make it as quick as possible.
All right. Look,
We can do it tomorrow.
why don't you all approach for a minute? You can be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a little after 5, and so I promised council we would try and end close to 5 as possible today. So we're going to go ahead and have you come back tomorrow morning and just be here tomorrow morning again at 9 a.m. Don't forget the court's earlier instruction on doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about your services as a juror on the case. Also, again, you see there is a camera in the courtroom, so I'd tell you to refrain from watching any local news, reading any newspapers, or anything like that for the time being. And we will see you here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Just leave your notepads there. Thank you. So, anything the court needs to address prior to tomorrow morning?
No,
Go over the jury instructions.
I have a police.
I'm going to be here at 8:30 for, I believe, some pleas.
We have two.
Yeah, so if you all want to come at 8:45 to discuss anything, I'll be here.
Yeah, I'm one of the pleas at 8:30.
Oh, I'll see you at 8:30. Okay.
We can maybe do some of that after.
All right. All right, Mr. Miskovich, then hopefully you take care of what you need to take care of.
All right, thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess till tomorrow morning then at 9 a.m. Well, we'll be in recess till 9 a.m. Like I said, I'll be here at 8:30 if the state, I don't know if you're going to be here.
Fine, Judge.
That's fine.